Hello guys, welcome to Fiction Red Plus. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry claimed the Black Lordship at age 8 and kicked Narcissa and Bellatrix out of the family. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, Blood recognizes blood. The cupboard smelled of blood and dust. Harry pressed his palm against the gash on his forehead, not the old scar, but a fresh wound where Uncle Vernon's ring had caught him. The blood was warm and sticky, trickling between his fingers and dripping onto the thin mattress that served as his bed. He'd made the glass disappear at the zoo. He hadn't meant to. Dudley had been pressing his fat face against the snake exhibit, and Harry had just wanted so badly for something to happen, and then, the snake had escaped. Dudley had fallen in. And Harry had paid for it. Freak, Vernon had called him, each word punctuated by a blow. Ungrateful freak. That had been 2 days ago. Or 3. Harry had lost count in the darkness. They'd stopped bringing him food after the first day. Water came in the form of a plastic cup shoved through the cat flap once, maybe twice. He curled tighter on the mattress, pressing his knees to his chest. 8 years old, and he knew, with the certainty of a child who had learned to read adults for survival, that something had shifted in Uncle Vernon's eyes during the beating. Something that said next time might be the last time. The thought should have terrified him. Instead, Harry felt strangely calm. Empty. Like he'd been hollowed out and filled with something cold. I want to leave, he thought. I want to be somewhere else. Anywhere else. The cold inside him stirred. The pull came without warning. It started in his chest, a hook behind his ribs, yanking him forward and through the cupboard door, through space, through something that felt like being squeezed through a keyhole made of ice and lightning. Harry hit stone floor hard enough to drive the breath from his lungs. He lay there gasping, staring up at a ceiling that flickered with torchlight. The stone beneath him was cold and ancient, carved with symbols that seemed to writhe at the edges of his vision. The air tasted of metal and old magic. Not Privet Drive. Definitely not Privet Drive. Harry pushed himself to his hands and knees, ignoring the way his body screamed in protest. His cupboard had been small and dark. This place was vast and dark, a cavern of some kind, with pillars of black marble stretching up into shadows and alcoves filled with glittering things. Gold. He was looking at piles of gold coins, stacked higher than houses. Intruder detected in Vault 711. The voice was cold, inhuman, and coming from everywhere at once. Harry scrambled to his feet, spinning in a circle. His heart hammered against his ribs. I don't know how. Lockdown initiated. Security response deployed. The sound of metal on stone echoed through the vault. Footsteps. Many of them. And something else, wheels, maybe, and the scrape of blades being drawn. They emerged from the shadows between the gold piles. Small figures, barely taller than Harry himself, with pointed ears and sharp teeth and eyes like chips of obsidian. They wore armor that gleamed in the torchlight and carried axes that looked very, very sharp. Goblins. Harry had read about goblins once, in a library book that Dudley had thrown away. He'd thought they were made up. Human child, one of them said, stepping forward. His armor was more elaborate than the others, marked with silver runes. You have breached the wards of Gringotts Bank. You have entered a sealed vault without authorization. By goblin law, these crimes are punishable by death. Harry's mouth went dry. I didn't mean to. I don't even know where I am. I wanted to leave, and then I was here. Accidental magic. Another goblin spat the words like a curse. The wards should have prevented, the wards recognized him, the leader cut in. His black eyes narrowed, focusing on Harry with uncomfortable intensity. They let him through. The question is why? I don't know. Harry hated how small his voice sounded. Please. I'm not a thief. I don't want your gold. I just want to go home. The lie tasted sour on his tongue. He didn't want to go home. Home meant the cupboard and Vernon's fists and the slow certainty that this summer would be his last. The goblin leader studied him for a long moment. Then his gaze dropped to Harry's hand. Harry looked down. His finger was burning. Not painfully, but with a heat that spread up his arm and into his chest. A ring was forming there, a band of gold that hadn't existed a moment ago, etching itself into existence like fire tracing a pattern in metal. A crest took shape on its face, a stag surrounded by flames. Potter, the goblin breathed. The word rippled through the assembled warriors. Axes lowered slightly. The Potter heir. I'm Harry, Harry said stupidly. Harry Potter. Yes. The goblin's expression shifted, not friendly, exactly, but less hostile. We know who you are, Mr. Potter. The question is whether you know what you are. He gestured sharply, and the other goblins fell back. I am Ragnarok, director of Gringotts Bank. You stand in Vault 711, the Potter family vault. And you have just activated an inheritance that should have remained dormant for another 3 years. Harry stared at the ring on his finger. It felt warm and heavy and right in a way nothing had ever felt right before. My parents had a vault. Your parents had 7 vaults. Ragnarok's thin lips curled into something that might have been a smile or a sneer. But that ring is not merely your parents' legacy. It carries the weight of 23 generations of Potters. And its awakening has triggered complications. What kind of complications? Ragnarok studied him with those unblinking black eyes. You're bleeding, Mr. Potter. Harry touched his forehead. His fingers came away red. It's nothing. I fell. You did not fall. Someone struck you. Repeatedly, by the look of it. The goblin's voice was flat, but something flickered in his gaze. We goblins have little use for human children. We find them loud, ignorant, and destructive. But we have even less use for those who abuse them. It is inefficient. Harry didn't know what to say to that. No adult had ever acknowledged, had ever even seemed to see, what happened at Privet Drive. Come, Ragnarok said. We will discuss your complications somewhere more appropriate. And someone will see to your wounds. He turned and walked toward a door that Harry hadn't noticed before, set into the vault wall and carved with more of those writhing symbols. After a moment, Harry followed. What else was he going to do? The goblins fell in around him, not threatening now, but watchful. Harry had the uncomfortable feeling that he'd stopped being a criminal and started being something much more complicated. The room Ragnarok led him to was small and austere, nothing like the grandeur of the vault. A stone table, 3 chairs, torches that burned without smoke. Harry sat where the goblin indicated, trying not to wince when the movement pulled at his bruises. A second goblin appeared, female, Harry thought, though it was hard to tell, with a tray of implements that looked more like weapons than medical supplies. She examined Harry's wounds with brisk, impersonal efficiency, smearing something on his cuts that burned briefly and then healed them with a tingling warmth. Malnutrition, she announced, not to Harry but to Ragnarok. Chronic. Growth stunted by approximately 15%. Evidence of repeated physical trauma over a period of years. This child has been systematically abused. Note it for the record, Ragnarok said. Harry flinched. Please don't, if you tell someone, they'll just send me back, Mr. Potter. Ragnarok settled into the chair across from him, steepling his long fingers. I suspect that within the hour, sending you back will no longer be an option. For anyone. He nodded to the healer, who withdrew silently. Tell me what you know of your family. My parents died in a car crash. I was sent to live with my aunt and uncle. That's all I know. A car crash. Ragnarok's lip curled. Your parents, James and Lily Potter, were murdered by the Dark Lord Voldemort on the night of October 31st, 1981. You survived his killing curse, a feat unprecedented in recorded magical history, and your survival somehow destroyed him. In the wizarding world, you are known as the boy who lived. Harry's head was spinning. Dark Lord? Wizarding world? I don't, you are a wizard, Mr. Potter. As were your parents. As are, in fact, your Aunt Petunia's blood, though she herself did not inherit the gift. Ragnar's eyes glittered. Your relatives knew exactly what you were. And they kept you ignorant. The question is why? They hate magic. The words came out before Harry could stop them. They never said, they called it freakishness. But I know. I've always known I was different. You are different. More than you realize. Ragnar leaned forward. When you appeared in the Potter vault, the wards did not merely recognize you as an heir. They recognized you as the heir. The ring on your finger grants you full access to the Potter estate, titles, properties, wealth, political power. It should not have activated until your 11th birthday at the earliest. The fact that it has means your magic has judged you, ready. Harry looked at the ring again. It seemed to pulse in response to his attention, warm against his skin. Ready for what? To claim your birthright. Ragnar rose, moving to a cabinet carved into the wall. He withdrew a stone basin filled with silvery liquid and a thin blade of black metal. But the Potter inheritance is only half of what awaits you, Mr. Potter. And the other half is far more complex. What do you mean? Your grandmother was Doria Potter, née Black. Ragnar set the basin on the table between them. Of the most ancient and noble house of Black. One of the oldest and most powerful magical families in Britain. And through her blood, you have a claim to their legacy as well. Harry frowned. But I'm a Potter. Wouldn't the black stuff go to actual blacks? An excellent question. Ragnar's smile showed all of his pointed teeth. The House of Black has spent the last decade tearing itself apart. The Lord Black, Arcturus, died 3 years ago with no clear successor. His grandson Sirius was imprisoned in Azkaban for murder and stripped of his claim. The other male heirs are either dead, imprisoned, or too young to inherit. The house has been in limbo, its magic dormant, its wealth frozen. So who gets it? That is where things become interesting. Ragnar gestured to the basin. This is a ritual of blood accounting. It will determine your exact claims, down to the last drop of inheritance in your veins. Normally, we would never perform such a ritual on a child without guardian consent. But you have no guardian, Mr. Potter. Not legally. The Dursleys never formally adopted you, merely took custody. And a wizard without guardian or family is an abomination in our eyes, a thread left hanging, waiting to unravel. Harry stared at the silvery liquid. What do I have to do? 3 drops of blood. The basin will do the rest. And it'll tell me what I am. It will tell you what you can claim. Ragnar offered him the black blade. The question is whether you're brave enough to find out. Harry thought about the cupboard. About Vernon's fists and Petunia's pinched, hateful face and Dudley's cruel laughter. He thought about being hungry and cold and locked in the dark, knowing that no one was coming to save him. He took the blade. The cut was quick, a shallow slice across his palm that barely hurt. 3 drops of blood fell into the basin, red against silver. The liquid began to glow. Symbols emerged, floating above the surface like smoke made solid. Names, dates, connections, a family tree that sprawled across the air in shimmering lines of light. Harry recognized his parents' names, and his grandparents', but the tree went back further, much further, generations upon generations of Potters and their marriages and their children. And there, branching off from Doria Potter, was another tree entirely. Darker. Older. Its lines twisted and intertwined in ways that made Harry's head hurt. The House of Black, Ragnar murmured. You see now. Your grandmother's blood gives you claim to their magic. But blood claim alone is not enough. You would need conquest right as well. Conquest right? The right earned by defeating an enemy of the house. Ragnar's eyes were fixed on the floating tree. And here is where fate has smiled on you most strangely, Mr. Potter. Look. Harry looked. A line of light connected him to a name he didn't recognize, Tom Marvolo Riddle. Who is that? The Dark Lord Voldemort's birth name. Ragnar's voice was soft. Before he became what he became. He was blood-adopted into the Black family through his connection to Bellatrix Lestrange, a ritual she performed after swearing herself to his service. It was meant to tie the Black family's power to his cause. The line pulsed. Another connection formed, this one from Harry to Voldemort, red as blood. You defeated him, Ragnar said. However you did it, whatever happened that night, your magic recognized his destruction as a conquest. Victory over an enemy of the house. And with Sirius Black imprisoned and magically incapacitated by Azkaban's wards, the lordship falls to me. Harry's voice sounded strange in his own ears. Distant. Calm. By right of blood and conquest. Yes. Ragnar met his eyes. If you choose to claim it. Harry looked at the floating tree. At the names he didn't recognize, the connections he didn't understand. The House of Black was vast, marriages, alliances, grudges that spanned centuries. And there, near the bottom, 3 names that made his stomach clench, Narcissa Malfoy. Bellatrix Lestrange. Andromeda Tonks. The 3 sisters, Ragnar said, following his gaze. Daughters of Cygnus Black. Narcissa married Lucius Malfoy, a wealthy pureblood with ties to the Dark Lord. Bellatrix married Rodolphus Lestrange and became one of Voldemort's most devoted followers. She is currently serving a life sentence in Azkaban for the torture of Frank and Alice Longbottom. Andromeda married a Muggleborn named Ted Tonks and was disowned by her family for the offense. Disowned? Cast out of the house entirely. Stripped of her name, her dowry, her connection to the family magic. Ragnar's smile was grim. It is within the Lord's power to do such things. To exile those who bring shame to the family name. To cast them into the cold. Harry thought about that. Bellatrix Lestrange, who had tortured people into madness. Narcissa Malfoy, whose husband had ties to the man who murdered his parents. The 2 who remained, he said slowly. Bellatrix and Narcissa. They supported Voldemort. Bellatrix did so openly. Narcissa's husband certainly did, though she herself was never marked. She benefited from his rise nonetheless. Ragnar tilted his head. Why do you ask? Because they served the man who killed my mum and dad. Harry's voice was steady, but something hot was building in his chest. And if I become Lord Black, they're under my protection. They benefit from the family's magic and wealth. They carry my family's name. That is, technically accurate. Then I don't want them. Harry looked up, and he saw Ragnar's eyes widen slightly at whatever was in his expression. If I'm going to be Lord Black, then I won't have murderers and torturers wearing my family's name. Not when they serve the man who destroyed my family in the first place. Ragnar was silent for a long moment. You would cast them out. As Andromeda was cast out? Yes. You understand what that means. Narcissa Malfoy's dowry is substantial. Her exile would strip her of wealth, of magical protections bound into the black blood, of social standing. She has a son, Draco, your age. He would not be affected directly, but his mother's disgrace would taint him nonetheless. I don't care. The words felt right. Necessary. She chose to marry a Death Eater. She chose to benefit from my parents' murder. She can live with the consequences. And Bellatrix? She's already in prison. But she still has the black name. She still has the connection to the family magic. Harry's fists clenched at his sides. She tortured people, Director Ragnarok. She laughed while she did it. I want her gone. I want the House of Black to have nothing to do with her ever again. Ragnarok studied him with those unblinking black eyes. The moment stretched. Harry held his ground, refusing to look away. Most impressive, the goblin finally said. You speak as a lord already. Very well, Mr. Potter. If you wish to claim the Black Lordship and immediately exercise the right of exile, we will prepare the rituals. Wait. Harry's mind was racing now, putting pieces together. You said Andromeda was disowned for marrying a Muggleborn. But she didn't do anything wrong. She just fell in love with the wrong person, according to her family. Correct. Can I undo that? Can I bring her back? Ragnarok blinked, the first sign of genuine surprise Harry had seen from him. You would restore the disowned sister while exiling the loyal ones. Loyalty to what? To evil? To murder? Harry shook his head. Andromeda loved someone. That's not a crime. Bellatrix tortured people. Narcissa married a man who served the person who killed my parents. I know which one I'd rather have in my family. You don't know Andromeda Tonks. She might refuse you. She might hate the House of Black after what was done to her. Then that's her choice. Harry lifted his chin. But I'm going to give her the option. Ragnarok was quiet for another long moment. Then, slowly, his thin lips curled into something that was almost, a smile. The Potter bravery and the Black ruthlessness, he murmured. Combined in one vessel. I begin to see why the magic chose you early, Mr. Potter. He rose from his chair. The rituals will take several hours. You will need to be present, conscious, and in full possession of your faculties. Are you prepared for that? Harry thought about the cupboard again. About the darkness waiting for him if he went back. About the life that had been stolen from him, the family he'd never known, the world he was only just discovering existed. Yes, he said. I'm ready. The ritual chamber was deep beneath Gringotts, carved from living rock that thrummed with ancient power. Runes covered every surface, floor, walls, ceiling, forming patterns that made Harry's eyes water if he looked at them too long. The Ring of Black, Ragnarok said, presenting a box of iron and silver. Inside, nestled on velvet the color of old blood, lay a ring. Unlike the Potter ring, which gleamed gold and warm, this one was silver and onyx, its crest depicting a pair of ravens on a shield. It has waited in this vault for 3 years, refusing all claimants. We shall see if it refuses you. Harry reached for the ring. The moment his fingers touched it, the world went white. He was standing in a room that didn't exist, a space made of shadows and starlight, infinite and intimate all at once. Before him, shapes moved in the darkness. Faces he didn't recognize but somehow knew. The Blacks. Generation upon generation, watching him with eyes of ice and fire. Who comes to claim our legacy? The voice was everywhere and nowhere. Who dares to wear our ring? Harry Potter, he said, and his voice didn't shake. Son of James Potter and Lily Evans. Grandson of Doria Black. I claim this lordship by right of blood and conquest. Blood we see. Doria's line, thin but unbroken. The shadows shifted, circling him like wolves. But conquest? You are a child. What have you conquered? I survived. The words came from somewhere deep inside him, from the place that had kept him going through years of cupboards and hunger and pain. I survived the Dark Lord's attack. I survived my relatives' cruelty. I survived being told I was worthless, every day, for as long as I can remember. And I'm still here. I'm still standing. That's my conquest. The shadows went still. You speak of survival as victory. The voice sounded almost curious now. Most who come to us speak of glory, of power, of blood spilled in battle. You speak of endurance. Glory means nothing if you're dead. Power means nothing if you can't protect what matters. And I've never spilled blood in battle. Harry met the darkness without flinching. But I know how to survive. And I know what I want. Tell us. I want to be free. I want a family, a real family, not people who hate me for existing. I want to be strong enough that no one can hurt me again, or hurt the people I care about. Harry paused. And I want the people who served Voldemort to pay for what they did. Not through violence. Through loss. Through knowing that everything they built on my parents' graves will be taken from them. The shadows churned. For a long moment, Harry thought he'd failed, that the ancient spirits of the Black family would reject him, cast him out, leave him with nothing. Then laughter echoed through the void. Not cruel laughter. Surprised laughter. Almost delighted. You are not what we expected, Harry Potter. I'm not what anyone expects. No. You are not. The shadows began to recede, drawing back like a tide. Very well. We accept your claim. The House of Black is yours, its power, its burdens, its legacy. Use them wisely, young lord. We will be watching. The void collapsed. Harry gasped, staggering back. He was in the ritual chamber again, the cold stone beneath his feet, the torches flickering on the walls. But something was different. Something was more. The black ring gleamed on his finger, beside the Potter ring. And inside him, two wells of power hummed in harmony, gold and silver, fire and shadow. He was Lord Potter. Lord Black. He was 8 years old, and he had just become one of the most powerful people in magical Britain. It is done, Ragnarok said. His voice held something that might have been respect. The Black Lordship accepts you, Lord Potter Black. What are your first commands? Harry's head was spinning, but he forced himself to focus. The power thrumming through him wanted to be used, wanted to reach out and reshape the world. He couldn't let it control him. He had to control it. Narcissa Malfoy, née Black, he said. Cast her out. Strip her of the family name, the family magic, the family protection. She is no longer a Black. Ragnarok nodded to an assistant, who began writing on parchment that glowed faintly. Bellatrix Lestrange, née Black. Harry's voice hardened. The same. She is expelled from the House of Black, effective immediately. And Andromeda Tonks? Restore her. Fully. Every right, every privilege that was taken from her, give it back. Harry paused. And send her a message. Tell her the new Lord Black would like to meet her. If she's willing. Ragnarok's assistant scribbled furiously. The notifications will be sent within the hour. By morning, all of magical Britain will know. Harry nodded slowly. His body was starting to shake, the aftermath of power he didn't fully understand, pouring through a vessel too small to contain it. But he wasn't done yet. One more thing, he said. The Dursleys. My aunt and uncle. They can't be allowed to claim me anymore. Not after everything they did. They will not be able to. Ragnarok's voice was grim. A lord of two ancient and noble houses cannot be held in the custody of muggles, particularly muggles who have demonstrated such neglect. We will inform the ministry of your status. They will have no choice but to recognize your independence. And if they try to send me back anyway, then they will be attempting to imprison a lord of the realm. Ragnarok's smile was all teeth. The political consequences would be significant. Harry exhaled slowly. The shaking was getting worse. He needed to sit down, needed to sleep, needed time to process everything that had happened in the last few hours. But one thought kept circling through his mind, a realization that was only just beginning to sink in. He was free. For the first time in his life, he was truly, completely free. "There is a chamber prepared for you," Ragnarok said, his voice oddly gentle. "You have earned rest, Lord Potterblack. The world will still be there tomorrow. And I suspect it will take some time to adjust to your existence." Harry let himself be led through corridors that blurred together, torchlight and shadow and the distant sound of goblin voices. He was dimly aware of being given food, real food, more than he'd eaten in days, and clean clothes that actually fit, and a bed that was soft and warm and nothing like a cupboard. He lay in the darkness, feeling the twin rings pulse gently on his fingers. Gold and silver. Fire and shadow. The boy who lived was gone. Something new was taking his place. Harry closed his eyes and dreamed of ravens flying through a sky of endless stars. Morning came with the sound of urgent voices outside his door. Harry woke instantly. Years of listening for Vernon's footsteps had trained him to sleep lightly. He was out of bed and dressed before the knock came, the unfamiliar clothes feeling strange but not unpleasant. Lord Potterblack. It was Ragnarok himself, which probably wasn't a good sign. "Your notifications have been delivered. And we have our first response." "What kind of response?" "The kind that required a team of security goblins to prevent from storming our halls." Ragnarok's expression was unreadable. "Albus Dumbledore, Chief Warlock of the Wisengamot and Headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, demands an audience with you." Harry's stomach clenched. He recognized that name, vaguely, from somewhere, though he couldn't place where. "Who is he?" "The most powerful wizard in Britain. Possibly the world." Ragnarok paused. "He is also the man who placed you with your relatives 8 years ago. And the man who has been monitoring your status ever since." Something cold settled in Harry's chest. He knew. About how they treated me? I cannot say what he knew or did not know. But he is responsible for your placement there. Ragnarok met Harry's eyes steadily. "You do not have to see him, Lord Potterblack. You are within your rights to refuse." Harry thought about that. About the years of pain and loneliness, the cupboard under the stairs, the hunger and the fear. If this Dumbledore had put him there, if he'd known, or even suspected, and done nothing, but refusing to see him wouldn't give Harry answers. And Harry wanted answers. "I'll meet with him," he said. "But not alone. And not somewhere he controls. We can arrange a meeting room here in Gringotts. Goblin territory. He will have no authority and no ability to cast magic without our permission." "Good." Harry straightened, pushing down the fear that wanted to claw its way up his throat. He was Lord Potterblack now. He had to act like it. "Let's see what the great Albus Dumbledore wants with me." The meeting room was sparse and cold, lit by torches that cast harsh shadows on the stone walls. Harry sat at one end of a long table, Ragnarok at his side. 2 goblin guards stood by the door, axes gleaming. When Albus Dumbledore entered, Harry's first impression was of color, a robe of deep purple covered in silver stars, a beard that fell nearly to his waist, half-moon spectacles perched on a crooked nose. The man looked like something out of a storybook, ancient and whimsical and not quite real. But his eyes weren't whimsical. They were sharp and bright, assessing Harry with an intensity that made his skin prickle. "Harry, my boy." Dumbledore's voice was warm, grandfatherly, utterly at odds with those calculating eyes. "I cannot tell you how relieved I am to see you safe." Harry didn't respond. He sat very still, watching. Dumbledore's smile flickered almost imperceptibly. "May I sit?" "If you want." The old wizard settled into the chair across from Harry, his movements fluid despite his apparent age. "I imagine you have questions. About what happened last night, about your heritage, about the world you've been suddenly thrust into. I want you to know that I'm here to help, Harry. I've always wanted what's best for you. Have you?" It wasn't a question. Dumbledore's eyes narrowed slightly. "You're angry," he said. That's understandable. You've been through a great deal in the last 24 hours. But I must ask you to trust me, Harry. The decisions I've made regarding your care were not made lightly, and they were made for very good reasons. What reasons? Your mother's sacrifice created powerful protections tied to her blood. By placing you with her sister, I ensured that those protections would remain active. As long as you could call your aunt's house home, Voldemort's followers could not touch you. Harry let the words settle. They made a kind of sense, he supposed. But they also didn't explain everything. Director Ragnarok told me you've been monitoring my status, he said. Since I was placed with the Dursleys. Dumbledore's expression didn't change, but something shifted behind his eyes. I have kept an awareness of your situation, yes. Then you knew how they treated me. Silence. Harry leaned forward. You knew that they locked me in a cupboard. You knew that they barely fed me. You knew that my uncle hit me, again and again, for things I couldn't control. And you left me there anyway. The protections, were they worth it? Harry's voice was steady, but his hands were shaking under the table. Were they worth 8 years of being told I was worthless? Were they worth having to hide food in my cupboard because I never knew when my next meal would come? Were they worth watching my cousin get everything while I got nothing? Dumbledore was very still now. The twinkling grandfather mask had slipped entirely, revealing something harder underneath. I did what I believed was necessary, he said finally. To keep you alive. To prepare you for what is to come. What's to come? Voldemort is not truly gone, Harry. He will return one day. And when he does, you will be the one standing against him. The prophecy, what prophecy? For the first time, Dumbledore looked genuinely caught off guard. You know about the prophecy? I don't know what it says. But I know it exists. The goblins mentioned it. Harry tilted his head. Why don't you tell me? You're too young. The burden, I became lord of 2 ancient and noble houses last night. I just exiled 2 members of my family for supporting the man who murdered my parents. I think I can handle knowing what I'm up against. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. The grandfatherly warmth had vanished entirely now, replaced by something that was almost respect. The prophecy, he said slowly, states that a child born at the end of July, to parents who had thrice defied Voldemort, would have the power to vanquish the Dark Lord. That Voldemort would mark this child as his equal. And that in the end, one must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. Harry absorbed that. It was terrifying, yes. But also clarifying. A shape emerging from fog. So he's coming back, Harry said. And when he does, I have to be the one to stop him. Yes. And you thought the best way to prepare me for that was to leave me with people who abused me. Dumbledore's jaw tightened. The protections were essential. And I did not anticipate, didn't you? Harry cut him off. You left a baby on a doorstep in November. You knew my aunt hated my mother, hated magic. You never checked on me, never sent anyone to make sure I was being treated well. You just left me there. And told yourself it was for the best. The silence stretched between them, heavy and cold. I made mistakes, Dumbledore finally said. I see that now. But Harry, the world is not so simple as heroes and villains. Sometimes we must make terrible choices in service of a greater good. I believed I was protecting you. I see now that the cost was higher than I realized. The cost was my childhood. Harry's voice was flat. The cost was years of thinking I was worthless, that I deserved what was happening to me. The cost was learning to survive instead of learning to live. And I am sorry for that. Truly. Dumbledore leaned forward. But what's done is done, Harry. What matters now is what comes next. You've claimed your lordships, claimed them in ways that have already sent shockwaves through our society. You need guidance. Protection. Training. Let me help you. Why? Because I care about you. Because I want to see you succeed. Or because you need me. Harry held Dumbledore's gaze steadily. Because I'm the one the prophecy says will defeat Voldemort. Because without me, your plans fall apart. Something flickered in Dumbledore's eyes, surprise, maybe, or grudging acknowledgement. You are remarkably perceptive for an 8-year-old. I've had to be. Dumbledore sighed, some of the tension leaving his shoulders. Very well. I will be honest with you, Harry, as you clearly prefer it. Yes, I need you. The wizarding world needs you. But that does not mean I don't also care about your well-being. Those two things are not mutually exclusive. Maybe not. But when they conflict, which one wins? Dumbledore didn't answer. He didn't need to. Harry rose from his chair. I'm not going back to the Dursleys. Ever. I'm not going to let you control where I live or who I see or how I prepare for what's coming. I'm Lord Potterblack now. I make my own decisions. Harry, but... Harry paused, hand on the door. You know things I need to know. About Voldemort, about the prophecy, about the magical world. So I'm willing to listen to you. To learn from you. On my terms, not yours. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. You are very much your mother's son, he said quietly. She had that same fire. That same refusal to be controlled. Good. Harry pulled open the door. I'll be in touch, Headmaster. When I'm ready. He walked out without looking back, Ragnarok falling into step beside him. That was well done, the goblin murmured. Very few have ever faced Dumbledore and refused to bend. He left me in that house, Harry said. He knew, and he left me there. I'm not going to forget that. Nor should you. Ragnarok's thin lips curled into a smile. You may make an excellent lord yet, Harry Potterblack. Harry stood in the entrance hall of Gringotts, looking out at Diagon Alley through the massive bronze doors. The sun was rising over the crooked rooftops, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold. Witches and wizards were beginning to emerge from shops and side streets, going about their morning routines. None of them knew that everything had changed. None of them knew that the boy who lived had become something far more complicated. But they would learn. Soon enough, they would all learn. The doors swung open at Harry's approach. He stepped through, into the light. 8 years old. Lord of 2 ancient and noble houses. Exiler of Death Eaters. Challenger of Dumbledore. And utterly, completely alone in the crowd. Harry lifted his chin and started walking. He had a world to claim. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, The Exiled Sisters. The Owl arrived at Malfoy Manor during the soup course. Narcissa Black Malfoy was in the middle of correcting Draco's posture, spine straight, dear, a Malfoy does not slouch, when the great horned owl swept through the dining room window and dropped a black envelope directly into her consommé. She stared at it for a moment, soup splashing across the pristine white tablecloth. Black envelope. Silver seal. The crest of the House of Black, which she had not seen used officially in 3 years. Mother? Draco's voice seemed very far away. What is it? Narcissa's fingers were numb as she lifted the envelope from the ruined soup. The seal was authentic, she could feel the family magic humming against her skin, recognizing her blood. But that was impossible. There was no Lord Black. Arcturus was dead, Sirius was rotting in Azkaban, and the other male heirs were either imprisoned or too young to claim the ring. She broke the seal. The words burned themselves into her vision, each one a hammer blow. By right of blood and conquest, Harry James Potter has claimed the lordship of the most ancient and noble House of Black. As Lord Black, he hereby exercises his right of exile against Narcissa Malfoy, née Black. Effective immediately, Narcissa Malfoy is cast out from the House of Black. All rights, privileges, protections, and claims derived from black blood are hereby revoked. The dowry of Narcissa Malfoy is forfeit to the house. She may no longer use the black name or claim black heritage. So mote it be. The pain hit without warning. Narcissa gasped, doubling over as something tore inside her, not physical, but deeper, fundamental. The black family magic, which had been part of her since birth, ripped away like skin being flayed from muscle. She could feel it going, feel the connections severing one by one, the protective wards that had wrapped around her since childhood, the subtle enhancements to her magic that came from pure black blood, the bond to the family tapestry that had marked her as belonging. Gone. All of it, gone. Mother. Draco was on his feet, his face pale with terror. Mother, what's happening? She couldn't answer. The room was spinning, her vision darkening at the edges. She was aware, distantly, of her chair toppling backward, of her body hitting the marble floor. Of Draco screaming for the house elves. And through it all, one thought burned in her mind like acid: Harry Potter. The boy did this. The child I've never met, the infant who should have died with his parents, he's destroyed me. Lucius Malfoy was in his study when the wards alerted him to his wife's collapse. He took his time reaching the dining room. Whatever had happened, hysteria would not help. A Malfoy remained composed, always, even in crisis. Especially in crisis. But when he saw Narcissa on the floor, his beautiful, perfect Narcissa, pale as death and trembling, something cracked in his careful composure. What happened? He knelt beside her, waving away the house elves that clustered around them. Narcissa. Look at me. What happened? She thrust the letter at him with shaking hands. Lucius read it twice. Then a third time, certain he must be misunderstanding. This is impossible, he said finally. Potter is a child. He cannot claim lordship until the magic accepted him. Narcissa's voice was raw, barely recognizable. I felt it, Lucius. I felt the black power recognize him as Lord. He's legitimate. And he's cast me out. On what grounds? Does it matter? She laughed, high and brittle. He's Lord Black. He doesn't need grounds. He can exile anyone he wants, for any reason or no reason at all. Her eyes found his, and for the first time in their marriage, Lucius saw genuine fear in them. My dowry, Lucius. It's gone. All of it. Lucius went very still. The black dowry had been substantial, not just gold, though there had been plenty of that, but properties, artifacts, political alliances. It had formed a significant portion of the Malfoy fortune. Its loss would not ruin them, but it would hurt. Badly. More importantly, it would be noticed. The other pureblood families would see this as weakness. Blood in the water. Father? Draco's voice was small. What's happening? Why is Mother? Go to your room, Draco. But, now. The boy fled. Lucius barely noticed. His mind was racing, calculating angles and possibilities. Harry Potter, Lord Black. It was absurd. It was impossible. And yet, clearly, it had happened. Who else knows? He asked. Everyone will know by morning. These notifications go to the Ministry, the Wisingamot, every family on the Black Alliance roster. Narcissa pushed herself into a sitting position, leaning heavily against the fallen chair. I'm ruined, Lucius. Socially, magically, financially. Unless you can find a way to reverse this, there is no reversal. Lucius's voice was cold. The Lord's right of exile is absolute. Once invoked, it cannot be undone except by the Lord himself. He stood, brushing invisible dust from his robes. The question is not how to undo this. The question is how to respond. Respond how? Attack a child? Don't be foolish. Attacking the boy who lived directly would be suicide. The public adores him, even if they've never seen him. Lucius began to pace. No. We must be more subtle. The boy is 8 years old. He cannot possibly understand the political landscape he's entered. Someone must be advising him. We find that person, we find leverage. And in the meantime, I'm supposed to simply accept being cast out like common trash. Lucius paused. Looked at his wife. Saw the humiliation burning in her eyes, the fury barely contained beneath the surface. In the meantime, he said carefully, you remain Narcissa Malfoy. My wife. The mother of my heir. That has not changed. Hasn't it? Narcissa's laugh was bitter. Without black protection, without black magic, I'm diminished. Every pureblood family will know. Every society function will become a gauntlet of whispers and pitying looks. Is that what you want standing beside you, Lucius? A disgraced woman? You are not disgraced. You are attacked. There is a difference. Lucius extended his hand. We will weather this, Narcissa. We will find a way to bring Potter to heel. And when we do, he will regret ever hearing the name Malfoy. Narcissa took his hand, let him pull her to her feet. But her eyes were distant, calculating. Harry Potter, she thought. 8 years old, and he's already made an enemy of me. He doesn't know what that means yet. But he will. In the depths of Azkaban, surrounded by cold stone and colder despair, Bellatrix Lestrange began to scream. The Dementors drifted closer, drawn by her anguish like sharks to blood. They had fed on her for 7 years, draining every happy memory, every moment of warmth, until all that remained was madness and rage. She had long since stopped noticing them. But this was different. This was not the Dementors' cold hunger. This was fire. The Black family magic had been her anchor, the one thing the Dementors could not touch. Her blood, her heritage, her connection to something greater than herself. Even in the darkest moments, she had felt it there, a thread of silver in the darkness, reminding her that she was Bellatrix Black, daughter of an ancient line, servant of the greatest wizard who ever lived. Now that thread was being torn away. She screamed and screamed, clawing at the stone floor until her fingers bled. The magic ripped through her like hooks dragging through flesh, severing connections that had existed since birth. She felt herself diminishing, becoming less than she had been. No, she thought, through the haze of agony. No, I won't let them. I am Bellatrix. I am his most faithful. I will not. Something stirred in the darkness. Not the Dementors. Something else. Something that had been sleeping deep inside her, planted there years ago by her master's touch. A fragment of soul, bound to her through rituals of blood and devotion. The black magic was being stripped away. But this remained. Bellatrix felt the fragment pulse, felt it reaching out to fill the void left by her exiled heritage. Dark Lord's power, flowing into the spaces where black power had been. It was not the same. It was twisted, corrupted, wrong in ways that made even her damaged mind recoil. But it was power. And power was survival. Her screams faded to laughter. The Dementors recoiled, sensing something they did not understand. The cold of Azkaban seemed to deepen around her cell, shadows gathering in corners that should have been illuminated by torchlight. Little heir, Bellatrix whispered, her voice cracked and strange. Little Harry Potter, playing at being Lord. You think you've hurt me? You've set me free. She curled on the floor of her cell, cradling the darkness inside her like a child. And began to plan. Andromeda Tonks received her letter over breakfast. She had been reading the Daily Prophet, another pointless article about ministry corruption, while her husband Ted made scrambled eggs and their daughter Nymphadora complained about having to go to her grandmother's house. I don't see why I can't just stay here, Dora was saying, her hair shifting from purple to green in irritation. I'm 11 years old. I can take care of myself. You set the kitchen on fire last week, Ted pointed out mildly. That was an accident. And I put it out. With more fire. It worked, didn't it? Andromeda smiled, only half listening. These morning arguments were a ritual, comfortable and familiar. Whatever else had been taken from her when she was cast out of the House of Black, she had this, a husband who loved her, a daughter who drove her slightly mad, a life that was small but hers. Then the owl arrived. It was a Gringotts owl, she recognized the breed, carrying a black envelope sealed with silver wax. Andromeda's heart stopped. She hadn't seen that seal in 15 years. Had hoped never to see it again. Mom. Dora's voice was suddenly worried. You've gone all pale. What is it? Andromeda's hands were steady as she took the letter. Whatever it contained, she would face it. She had faced worse. She broke the seal. By right of blood and conquest, Harry James Potter has claimed the lordship of the most ancient and noble House of Black. Andromeda read that sentence 3 times before it made sense. Harry Potter. The boy who lived. Lily's son, she had known Lily slightly, through the Order. A sweet girl with fire in her eyes and no patience for pure-blood nonsense. Her son had claimed the Black Lordship. At 8 years old. She read on. As Lord Black, Harry James Potter hereby exercises his right of restoration. Andromeda Tonks, née Black, is restored to full standing within the House of Black. All rights, privileges, protections, and claims previously revoked are hereby reinstated. The exile of Andromeda Black is nullified and declared void. Welcome home, Andromeda. So mote it be. The magic hit her like a wave. Where Narcissa had felt tearing, Andromeda felt healing. 15 years of severance, of being cut off from her own blood, suddenly reversed. The Black family magic flowed back into her, filling spaces she had forgotten were empty. She felt the connection re-establish itself, to the family tapestry, to the ancestral wards, to the deep well of power that was the Black heritage. She had not realized how diminished she had been until she was whole again. Andy. Ted was beside her, his hand on her shoulder. Talk to me. What's happening? Andromeda's voice broke. She tried again. I've been restored. To the House of Black. Ted, I'm not exiled anymore. What? Dora grabbed the letter, scanning it with widening eyes. Harry Potter. The Harry Potter. He's the new Lord Black. Apparently so. And he brought you back. Just like that. Just like that. Andromeda was crying now, tears streaming down her face. She hadn't cried when she was exiled, had refused to give her family the satisfaction. But this was different. This was joy she hadn't known she was capable of feeling. There's more, Dora said. Look at the bottom. He wants to meet you. Andromeda wiped her eyes, reading the final lines of the letter. I understand if you want nothing to do with the House of Black. Your exile was unjust, and you have every right to refuse contact with the family that abandoned you. But I am not the Blacks who hurt you. I'm trying to be something different. If you're willing to give me a chance, I would very much like to meet you. I don't have any family left. At least, none that want me. I'm hoping you might be different. The words were formal, carefully constructed. But underneath them, Andromeda sensed something else. Loneliness. Need. A child reaching out in the dark, hoping someone would take his hand. She thought of Lily Potter, fierce and bright and kind. Thought of the baby she had seen once, briefly, at an order meeting, a tiny thing with dark hair and his mother's eyes. I have to go to him, she said. Ted nodded slowly. I figured you'd say that. He's alone, Ted. An 8-year-old boy with the weight of 2 lordships on his shoulders. Someone needs to, you don't have to justify it. Ted squeezed her shoulder. Go. We'll be here when you get back. I want to come, Dora announced. I want to meet him. Absolutely not. This is delicate, and you have all the delicacy of a rampaging hippogriff. That's not fair. I can be delicate. You can be many things, sweetheart. Delicate is not one of them. Andromeda kissed her daughter's forehead, then her husband's lips. I'll send word when I know more. She disapparated before either of them could argue further. Gringotts was busier than Andromeda remembered. Witches and wizards crowded the marble hall, conducting their mundane financial business with no idea that history had been made in the vaults below. She approached the nearest teller, trying to project calm authority. I'm here to see Lord Potterblack. I received a letter requesting a meeting. The goblin looked at her with barely concealed disdain. Name? Andromeda Tonks. Nay Black. Something shifted in the goblin's expression. One moment. He disappeared through a side door, returning moments later with a look that might have been respect. Follow me, Lady Black. Lady Black. She hadn't been called that in 15 years. The title felt strange on her ears, like a garment she'd outgrown. The goblin led her through corridors that wound ever downward, past vaults and security checkpoints and doors carved with runes she didn't recognize. Finally, they reached a simple stone chamber where 2 figures waited. One was Ragnarok, the director. Andromeda recognized him from her youth, when her father had brought her to Gringotts to learn about the family finances. He looked exactly the same as he had 20 years ago. Goblins aged slowly, if at all. The other was a boy. He was small for 8, thin in a way that spoke of missed meals and hard living. His clothes were new but hung slightly loose, as if he wasn't used to wearing things that fit. Dark hair fell across his forehead in a mess that would have made Andromeda's mother twitch with the urge to correct it. But his eyes. Merlin, his eyes. Green as killing curses, bright and sharp and far too old for his face. They fixed on Andromeda the moment she entered, assessing her with an intensity that made her want to take a step back. Lady Tonks, Ragnarok said. May I present Harry James Potter, Lord of the most ancient and noble houses of Potter and Black. Andromeda curtsied, instinct, trained into her since childhood. My lord. Thank you for seeing me. Please don't do that. Harry's voice was soft but firm. The curtsying. I'm 8. It's weird. Despite everything, Andromeda felt her lips twitch. As you wish. May I sit? Harry nodded, gesturing to a chair across from him. Director Ragnarok said you might have questions. I'll answer what I can. Andromeda sat, studying him openly. He allowed the scrutiny, sitting straight-backed in his own chair with his hands folded on the table. The pose was formal, rehearsed. But underneath it, she could see the tension in his shoulders, the way his eyes tracked her every movement. He's afraid, she realized. Afraid I'll reject him. Afraid he's made a mistake. I have many questions, she said gently. But first, I want to thank you. For restoring me. You didn't have to do that. You didn't do anything wrong. Harry's voice was matter-of-fact. You fell in love with someone your family didn't approve of. That's not a crime. It shouldn't have been punished. Many would disagree. Many are wrong. The certainty in his voice was startling. This was not a child parroting lessons he'd been taught. This was someone who had thought about right and wrong, who had reached his own conclusions. Why me? Andromeda asked. Why restore me specifically? You could have left the House of Black as it was, with Narcissa and Bellatrix still members. No, I couldn't. Something hard entered Harry's eyes. Bellatrix tortured people. She served the man who killed my parents. I won't have someone like that carrying my family's name. And Narcissa, he paused, choosing his words. She married Lucius Malfoy. He was a Death Eater. Everyone knows it, even if they can't prove it. She benefited from my parents' murder. She raised her son in a house built on blood money. You've done your research. Director Ragnarok helped. He gave me files on all the Black family members. The ones who served Voldemort, the ones who opposed him, the ones who stayed neutral. Harry met her eyes. You were the only one who stood against them. The only one who chose love over blood purity and paid the price for it. That's the kind of person I want in my family. Andromeda's throat tightened. Harry, may I call you Harry? Please. Harry, you don't know me. I might be nothing like what you think. I might be, you were willing to give up everything for someone you loved. Harry's voice was quiet but unwavering. Your family, your fortune, your name. You walked away from all of it because you knew it was wrong. That tells me who you are. Andromeda was silent for a long moment. This child, this remarkable, impossible child, had seen something in her that she had almost forgotten herself. The girl she had been, 18 years old and terrified but determined to follow her heart. What do you want from me? She finally asked. You could have restored me without a meeting. Sent me a letter and been done with it. Why ask me here? Harry's composure cracked, just slightly. She saw the boy beneath the Lord, lonely, uncertain, desperate for connection. I need help, he said. I have 2 lordships and I don't know how to run them. I have enemies I've never met plotting against me. He stopped, swallowed hard. I don't have anyone. No family. The people who were supposed to take care of me, he couldn't finish. He didn't need to. Andromeda had seen the healer's report. Ragnarok had shared it with her, along with the letter. Harry. She reached across the table, slowly, giving him time to pull away. He didn't. Her hand closed over his, small and cold and trembling slightly. I am not going to abandon you. Do you understand me? Whatever you need, whatever happens, I am on your side. You don't have to, I want to. Andromeda squeezed his hand. You're Lily's son. I knew your mother, a little. She was brave and kind and stubborn as a mule. I see her in you. She paused, considering. And your family now. My family. That means something to me, even if it meant nothing to the people who raised me. Harry stared at her. For a moment, he looked exactly like what he was, a child who had never been told he mattered, hearing it for the first time. Okay, he whispered. Okay. Good. Andromeda released his hand, sitting back. Now. Let's talk about what happens next. They talked for hours. Andromeda learned about Harry's life with the Dursleys, not the details, he clearly wasn't ready to share those, but the broad strokes. Enough to make her blood boil. Enough to make her want to find Vernon Dursley and demonstrate exactly what an angry witch could do to a muggle who hurt children. She learned about his confrontation with Dumbledore. About his refusal to be controlled, to be sent back to his prison. About his demands to know the truth of his situation. He told me about a prophecy, Harry said. Something about me and Voldemort. I don't know the details, but apparently I'm the only one who can stop him when he comes back. When? That's what Dumbledore said. When, not if. Harry's jaw tightened. He seemed very sure. Andromeda filed that away. She had heard rumors about prophecies during the war, whispers about why the Dark Lord had targeted the Potters specifically. If Dumbledore was openly discussing it with Harry, things must be more serious than anyone knew. We'll deal with that when we must, she said. For now, there are more immediate concerns. You need a guardian. Someone to represent your interests legally and socially. Director Ragnarok said the lordships give me independence. Legal independence, yes. But you're still 8 years old. You need someone to take care of the day-to-day things. Someone to make sure you're eating properly, sleeping properly, getting educated. Andromeda paused. I would be honored to serve as your guardian, if you'll have me. Harry went very still. You want to, you take me. Just like that. Just like that. But your family, your husband and daughter, they might not, they will. Andromeda smiled. Ted is the kindest man I know. And Dora has been asking for a younger sibling for years. She'll be thrilled to have someone to boss around. I don't want to be a burden. You're not a burden. You're a child who needs a home. Andromeda reached for his hand again. Let me give you one, Harry. Please. For a long moment, he didn't respond. She could see him wrestling with it, the fear of trusting someone new, the desperate hope that this might actually be real. Okay, he finally said. But I have conditions. Of course you do. Andromeda grinned. Name them. I won't be controlled. Not by you, not by Dumbledore, not by anyone. The lordships are mine. The decisions are mine. I'll listen to advice, but I make the final calls. Agreed. What else? I want to learn. Everything. Magic, politics, history, combat. I have to be ready for whatever's coming. We'll find you tutors. The best available. And, Harry hesitated. And I want your daughter to know who I really am. Not the boy who lived. Not Lord Potterblack. Just Harry. I want to have at least one friend who treats me like a normal person. Andromeda's heart clenched. Such a simple request. Such a devastating one. Dora is incapable of treating anyone normally, she said gently. But she's also incapable of caring about titles or fame. She'll probably knock you down and call you a prat within the first 5 minutes of meeting you. For the first time since Andromeda had arrived, Harry smiled. It transformed his face, making him look younger, lighter. Like the child he should have been. I think I'd like that, he said. They left Gringotts together, Harry walking beside Andromeda like he wasn't entirely sure this was real. The crowds in Diagon Alley parted around them, though Harry kept his head down, his scar hidden beneath his messy hair. Where are we going? He asked. Home. Andromeda put her arm around his shoulders, felt him tense and then slowly relax. My home. Your home now, if you want it. They disapparated from a quiet corner of the alley, appearing in the garden of a modest cottage in Devon. It was nothing like the manor houses Andromeda had grown up in, small, slightly untidy, with a garden that had more weeds than flowers. But smoke rose from the chimney, and lights glowed warm in the windows, and it smelled of cooking and life and family. Harry stared at it like he'd never seen anything so beautiful. It's not much, Andromeda said. Nothing like what you're probably used to. I'm used to a cupboard under the stairs. Harry's voice was barely audible. This is. He couldn't finish. He didn't need to. The front door burst open, and a whirlwind of pink hair and gangly limbs came hurtling across the garden. You brought him. Dora skidded to a halt in front of Harry, her eyes wide. Merlin's beard, you actually brought him. Hi. I'm Tonks. Well, Nymphadora, but if you call me that, I'll hex you. Are you really Harry Potter? Do you really have the scar? Can I see it? Mom says you're going to live with us. Does that mean I get to be your older sister? I've always wanted to be an older sister. I'm very good at bossing people around. Dad says it's my finest quality. Harry blinked at the onslaught of words. Yes. I think. Brilliant. Come on, then. Dad's making shepherd's pie, and I have to tell you about all the things you'll need to know about living here. Like which floorboards creak, and where Mum hides the good biscuits, and how to avoid Dad's jokes because they're truly terrible. She grabbed his hand and dragged him toward the house, still chattering at full speed. Harry looked back at Andromeda, his expression somewhere between terrified and delighted. Andromeda just smiled and followed them inside. Dinner was chaos. Ted Tonks turned out to be a large, gentle man with a booming laugh and a talent for burning vegetables. He shook Harry's hand warmly, asked him 3 questions about Quidditch that Harry couldn't answer, then declared that they would simply have to fix that ignorance immediately. Dora dominated the conversation, telling increasingly improbable stories about her accidental magic and the trouble she'd gotten into at primary school. Her hair changed color with her emotions, pink when excited, red when embarrassed, orange when laughing. Harry watched her with fascination. "It's called being a metamorphmagus," Dora explained through a mouthful of shepherd's pie. "It means I can change my appearance at will. Watch." Her face rippled, and suddenly she had Harry's features, right down to the scar. "See? Brilliant, isn't it?" "That's amazing," Harry breathed. "Right?" Dora shifted back to her own face, grinning. "Mum says it's a black family trait. Apparently my great-aunt had it too. So technically, you might have the genes for it." "I doubt it. I can barely do any magic on purpose." "That'll change. Wait till you start proper lessons. You'll be exploding things in no time." After dinner, Andromeda showed Harry to a room on the upper floor. It was small but clean, with a proper bed and a window that looked out over the garden. Nothing like the cupboard. Nothing like anything he'd ever had before. "It's not much," Andromeda said again. "We can get you more furniture, decorations, whatever it's perfect." Harry's voice was thick. "It's the nicest room I've ever had." Andromeda had to turn away for a moment, blinking back tears. "Get some sleep, Harry. Tomorrow we'll start planning properly. There's a lot to do." "Mrs. Tonks?" She turned back. "Yes. Thank you." Harry was looking at her with those 2 old eyes, bright with emotions he clearly didn't know how to express. "For everything. For coming to get me. For all of this. You don't have to thank me, Harry. I know. But I want to." He paused. "No one's ever wanted me before." "Not really. I don't know how to." "You don't have to know." Andromeda crossed to him, pulling him into a hug. He went stiff at first, clearly unused to physical affection, then slowly relaxed into it. "You're safe here, Harry. You're wanted. That's all you need to know." She held him until his breathing slowed, then tucked him into bed like the child he was. He was asleep before she reached the door, exhaustion finally catching up with him. Andromeda stood in the hallway for a long moment, watching the rise and fall of his chest. "I've got you," she thought. "Whatever comes, I've got you now." She went downstairs to where Ted was waiting with tea and a worried expression. "Well?" he asked. "What have we gotten ourselves into?" "Something wonderful," Andromeda said. "And something terrifying. Both at the same time." She told him everything, the Lordships, the exiles, the confrontation with Dumbledore, the prophecy. Ted listened without interrupting, his face growing more serious with each revelation. "He's going to be hunted," Ted said when she finished. "You know that. Whoever's left of the Death Eaters, whatever allies Malfoy can muster, Dumbledore with his manipulations, they're all going to want a piece of him." "I know. And we're just supposed to protect him. One ex-Black Witch and a Muggle-born nobody. We're his family now. That counts for something. Does it? Against people like Lucius Malfoy?" Andromeda met her husband's eyes. "It has to. Because if we don't protect him, no one will." She reached across the table, taking his hands. "I'm not asking you to fight a war, Ted. I'm asking you to help me give a child a home. Everything else, we'll figure it out as we go." Ted sighed, but there was resignation in it. And beneath that, the steadfast loyalty that had made her fall in love with him all those years ago. "All right," he said. "All right. But I'm teaching him about Quidditch first. The boy's ignorance is practically criminal." Andromeda laughed, and for a moment, just a moment, everything felt like it might be okay. 3 days later, the howler arrived. It came during breakfast, not from an owl, but from a raven that should not have been able to find them. Andromeda's wards were strong, keyed to prevent exactly this kind of intrusion. But the raven sailed through like they didn't exist, dropped a blood-red envelope on the table, and vanished in a burst of black feathers. The envelope began to smoke. "Everyone out," Andromeda ordered, drawing her wand. "Now." "What is it?" Harry asked, even as Ted dragged him and Dora toward the back door. "Something bad." The envelope exploded before they could reach safety. But instead of the usual howlers shouting, a voice emerged, soft, reasonable, utterly terrifying in its calm. "Lord Potterblack." The voice was male, cultured, ancient. "You have made your opening move. A bold one, for a child. Casting out the sisters, reclaiming the blood traitor. It speaks of a certain, crude understanding of power." Andromeda's blood ran cold. She knew that voice. She had heard it once, at a gathering she was not supposed to attend, when she was 16 years old and foolish. "But you have also made enemies," the voice continued. "Old enemies. Enemies who remember what the House of Black was supposed to be, before it fell into decay and sentiment. We were watching when Arcturus died. We were waiting for the right moment to reclaim what was lost. And now you appear, a half-blood child, sitting on a throne you don't understand." Harry was staring at the smoking remnants of the envelope, his face pale but set. "Know this, young lord, we do not oppose you because you are powerful. We oppose you because you are wrong. The old ways must be preserved. The blood must remain pure. And the House of Black must return to its proper purpose." A pause. "You have 1 year. Learn. Grow. Become worthy of your titles if you can. And then we will test you. If you pass, you may live. If you fail." The voice trailed off. The smoke cleared. Silence. "What the hell was that?" Dora demanded. Andromeda's wand hand was shaking. "The Covenant of Morgana. I thought they were extinct. A story to frighten children." "Who are they?" Harry's voice was calm, calmer than it had any right to be. "Old magic. Old blood. Fanatics who believe pure blood supremacy doesn't go far enough." Andromeda met Harry's eyes. "They predate the Death Eaters by centuries. They consider Voldemort a moderate." Harry absorbed that. Nodded slowly. 1 year, he said. "They gave me 1 year to prepare." "Harry, this is serious. These people, I know it's serious." Harry looked at her, and for a moment, she saw something in his eyes that made her breath catch. Not fear. Not panic. Resolve. But they made a mistake. "What mistake?" "They warned me." Harry's jaw tightened. "They told me they were coming, and they gave me time to get ready. That's more than Voldemort gave my parents." He turned toward the stairs, toward his room, toward the Lord's rings waiting on his nightstand. "I'm going to use every second of that year. And when they come for me, I'm going to make them regret it." He walked away, leaving Andromeda standing in the ruins of breakfast, her family gathered around her. "Mom." Dora's voice was small. "Is he going to be okay?" Andromeda didn't know how to answer. She wasn't sure she wanted to. 1 year, she thought. 1 year to turn a traumatized child into someone who can survive an ancient cabal of blood purists. 1 year to prepare for a war no one knows is coming. She squared her shoulders. She had survived being cast out of her family. She had survived the First War. She would survive this too. And so would Harry, if she had anything to say about it. That night, while the house slept, Harry sat at the window of his new room and stared out at the stars. The lordship rings were on his fingers, gold and silver, fire and shadow. He could feel the power in them, dormant but ready. Power that was his to command, if he could learn to use it. 1 year. A year ago, he had been locked in a cupboard, believing he was worthless. Believing he would die there, alone and forgotten. Now he was lord of 2 ancient houses, with enemies circling like sharks and allies he was only beginning to trust. He had a prophecy hanging over his head and an ancient cult threatening to test him. He had Dumbledore's manipulation and Malfoy's scheming and shadows of the past reaching out to drag him down. But he also had Andromeda, who had chosen him. Ted, who treated him like a normal kid. Dora, who had already started calling him baby brother just to annoy him. He had something worth fighting for. Harry closed his eyes, feeling the magic pulse through his veins. Gold and silver. Potter and black. Fire and shadow. 1 year, he thought. Let's see what I can do with it. Outside, the stars wheeled slowly overhead, ancient and indifferent. And somewhere in the darkness, forces began to move. The game was only beginning. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, the old lords returned 6 weeks into his new life. Harry discovered that being a lord was mostly paperwork. Sign here, Andromeda said, sliding another parchment across the desk. And here. And initial here. Harry scrawled his name for what felt like the 100th time that morning. What is this one? Authorization for the goblins to audit the Black family investments in the Americas. Apparently there's a silver mine in Colorado that hasn't been inspected since 1847. I own a silver mine. You own 17 silver mines. Also 3 tea plantations, a vineyard in France, partial ownership of a dragon reserve in Romania, and what appears to be an entire village in Scotland. Andromeda flipped through the stack of remaining documents. The Blacks were enthusiastic investors. Harry rubbed his eyes. The study Andromeda had set up for him was comfortable enough, a converted bedroom with a desk, bookshelves, and a window overlooking the garden, but he'd been sitting here for 4 hours. His hand cramped, his vision blurred, and he was beginning to understand why rich people hired other people to handle their money. Can't someone else do this? Someone else will, eventually. But you need to understand what you own before you can delegate responsibility for it. Andromeda softened slightly at his expression. I know it's tedious. But this is part of being a lord, Harry. The glamorous parts, the Wisengamot votes, the social influence, the political maneuvering, they all rest on this foundation. Wealth is power. Understanding your wealth is understanding your power. I don't want power. I just want to be left alone. Then you shouldn't have claimed 2 lordships. But Andromeda's voice was gentle. Take a break. Dora's been waiting to drag you outside for hours. Harry didn't need to be told twice. He abandoned the study gratefully, following the sound of minor explosions to the back garden. Dora was practicing color-changing charms on the garden gnomes, turning them various shades of neon. The gnomes didn't seem to mind, if anything, they were preening. Finally. She spotted Harry and waved her wand enthusiastically, accidentally turning a gnome bright pink. Mum let you out of the paper dungeon. Temporarily. Harry settled onto the grass beside her. What are you doing? Homework. Sort of. McGonagall assigned us color-changing charms last week, but she only wants us to do objects. I figured gnomes count as objects. They're basically garden decorations that bite. Harry watched as she turned another gnome electric blue. You're really good at that. I'm really good at everything. Dora grinned, then her expression softened. How are you holding up? Really? It was the question she asked every day, in different ways. How are you sleeping? Did you eat breakfast? Are you okay? Harry had learned that she wasn't asking to be polite, she genuinely wanted to know. It was strange, having someone care about the answer. "I'm tired," he admitted. "There's so much to learn. Politics, finance, magical theory. And the Covenant's deadline keeps getting closer. 9.5 months. Not that I'm counting. You're counting. Someone has to." Dora set down her wand, turning to face him fully. "Look, I know Mum's been drilling you on all the Lord stuff. And I know it's important. But you're also 8 years old, Harry. You're allowed to be a kid sometimes. Kids don't have ancient blood cults threatening to kill them." Fair point. But kids also play games and make friends and do stupid things just because they're fun. She poked his shoulder. "When's the last time you did something just because it was fun?" Harry opened his mouth to answer, then stopped. He couldn't remember. Even here, with the Tonks family, he'd been so focused on preparing, on learning, on being ready for whatever came next. The joy of having a real home had already started to fade into the background of responsibility. "See?" Dora said. "That's what I thought. Come on. Where are we going?" "To do something stupid and fun. Mum will yell at us later, but it'll be worth it." She grabbed his hand and dragged him toward the broom shed. Flying, Harry discovered, was the most incredible thing in the world. Dora had an old clean sweep that she claimed was practically an antique, but still worked fine. She'd spent 10 minutes teaching Harry the basics, how to mount, how to kick off, how to lean into turns, and then pushed him into the air and told him to figure out the rest. He should have been terrified. He was 30 feet off the ground on a stick of enchanted wood, with nothing between him and a very painful landing but his own inexpert balance. Instead, he felt free. The wind whipped through his hair as he climbed higher, the Tonks cottage shrinking below him. The sky was vast and blue and endless, and Harry was part of it, weightless and wild and completely in control. He banked left, then right, feeling the broom respond to his slightest movement. It was like the broom could read his thoughts, anticipate his desires before he even formed them. "Merlin's pants!" Dora shouted from below. "You're a natural." Harry laughed, actually laughed, the sound startling in its unfamiliarity, and dove toward her, pulling up at the last second in a move that should have sent him tumbling but instead left him hovering perfectly at eye level. "Where did you learn to do that?" Dora demanded. "I didn't. It just happened. That was a Wronski feint. Professional Quidditch players take years to master that move. You just did it on your first flight." Harry didn't know what to say. It had felt instinctive, natural, like his body knew what to do even when his mind didn't. Another thing he couldn't explain about himself. Another way he was different. "Don't look so worried." Dora punched his arm lightly. "It's a good thing. If you can fly like that, you'll make the Quidditch team at Hogwarts for sure. Maybe even as a first year. Is that allowed?" "Technically no. But rules are more like guidelines anyway." She grinned. "Come on. Let's see what else you can do." They flew for hours, until the sun began to set and Andromeda's voice carried across the garden, calling them in for dinner. Harry landed reluctantly, his body aching pleasantly and his mind clearer than it had been in weeks. "Thanks," he said to Dora as they put the broom away. "I needed that." "I know you did. That's why I kidnapped you." She ruffled his hair, ignoring his protests. "We'll do it again tomorrow. And the next day. You're going to learn to have fun if it kills me. It might kill both of us. Worth it." They walked back to the cottage together, and for the first time since the Covenant's message, Harry felt something like hope. The letter arrived 3 days later. It came not by owl but by raven, a massive black bird that landed on the breakfast table and fixed Harry with eyes that gleamed with unsettling intelligence. Tied to its leg was a scroll of parchment sealed with wax the color of old blood. "Don't touch it," Andromeda warned, her wand already in her hand. "It could be cursed." It's not. Harry didn't know how he knew, but he was certain. The raven was watching him expectantly, almost impatiently, and something about its presence felt familiar. Like meeting a relative you'd never known existed. He broke the seal. The parchment was old, yellowed with age, covered in handwriting that was elegant but cramped. Harry read it once, then again, then looked up at Andromeda with wide eyes. "What is it?" she asked. "Who's it from?" "Arcturus Black." Harry's voice sounded strange in his own ears. "My great-grandfather. The previous Lord Black." "That's impossible. Arcturus died 3 years ago." "Apparently not." Harry handed her the letter. "He wants to meet me. Tonight. At Grimmauld Place." Andromeda scanned the letter, her face going pale. "This is his handwriting. I'd recognize it anywhere. He sent me my exile notice personally." She looked up. "Harry, this has to be a trap. Arcturus is dead. Someone is using his name to lure you somewhere dangerous." "Maybe." Harry reached out, and the raven hopped onto his arm without hesitation. Its weight was solid, real, and when he met its eyes, he saw something old and knowing looking back. "But I don't think so. You can't seriously be considering going." "I have to." Harry stroked the raven's feathers absently. "If Arcturus is alive, if the former Lord Black has been hiding for 3 years, watching, waiting, then he knows things I need to know. About the family. About the Covenant. About what's coming. And if it's a trap, then I'll deal with it." Harry met Andromeda's eyes steadily. "I'm not helpless, Andromeda. I have the Lordship rings. I have the family magic. And I have you." "Me? You're coming with me." "Obviously." Harry smiled slightly. "You didn't think I was going to walk into a potential trap alone, did you?" Andromeda stared at him for a long moment. Then, despite everything, she laughed. "You're going to be the death of me, Harry Potter." "Probably. But not today." Grimmauld Place was wound in the fabric of London. Harry felt it before he saw it, a darkness at the edge of perception, a wrongness that made his skin crawl. The townhouse materialized between its neighbors like a bad memory surfacing, all black stone and grimy windows and an aura of decay that seemed to repel the very light. "Home sweet home," Andromeda muttered. "I'd forgotten how much I hated this place." "You grew up here?" "For a time. Before I was old enough to have my own flat." She shuddered. "The house is difficult. It reflects the family's darkness. Try not to touch anything." They climbed the steps to the front door. Harry raised his hand to knock, but before he could, the door swung open on silent hinges. The entrance hall beyond was dark and musty, filled with shadows that seemed to move when Harry wasn't looking directly at them. A chandelier hung overhead, its candles unlit, its crystal facets coated in dust. Portraits lined the walls, their occupants watching the intruders with hostile eyes. "Blood traitor," one of them hissed. "Mud-blood lover." "Charming as always, Great Aunt Elidora." Andromeda's voice was ice. "Still dead, I see. Pity." The portrait spluttered with outrage, but before it could respond, a new voice cut through the gloom. "Enough." The word was quiet but carried absolute authority. The portraits fell silent immediately, their painted faces going still with something that looked like fear. A figure emerged from the shadows at the far end of the hall. He was old, impossibly old, his face a map of wrinkles and his hair white as bone, but he moved with the fluid grace of a much younger man. His robes were black velvet, impeccably cut, and his eyes. His eyes were silver. Not gray, not pale blue. Silver, like liquid metal, like mirrors reflecting a light that wasn't there. "Arcturus Black," Harry said. It wasn't a question. "Lord Potter Black." The old man inclined his head slightly. "Welcome to your ancestral home." I see you brought the prodigal daughter. She's family. And I trust her. Trust. Arcturus's thin lips curled. A dangerous commodity in our world. But we shall see. He turned, his robes swirling around him. Come. We have much to discuss, and I grow weary of standing. He walked deeper into the house without waiting for a response. After a moment's hesitation, Harry followed. The study Arcturus led them to was surprisingly comfortable: leather chairs, a crackling fire, shelves of books that actually looked maintained. It was nothing like the decay of the entrance hall. I keep this room sealed from the rest of the house, Arcturus said, settling into a chair that seemed to have been designed specifically for his frame. The darkness cannot reach here. Not yet. The darkness? Harry remained standing, unwilling to make himself comfortable in front of this man he didn't trust. What do you mean? The House of Black is dying, child. Has been dying for generations. The magic turns inward, feeding on itself, corrupting everything it touches. Arcturus's silver eyes found Harry's. I watched my children succumb to it. Watched my grandchildren become monsters or martyrs, with no middle ground. I thought, when I passed the Lordship to Sirius, that perhaps he could reverse the tide. I was wrong. You faked your death. I retreated. To observe. To wait for something to change. Arcturus smiled thinly. And then you appeared. A half-blood child, Potter and Black in one vessel, claiming the Lordship through conquest rather than inheritance. Do you have any idea how impossible that should have been? I'm getting used to impossible. I expect you are. Arcturus leaned forward. The rings accepted you. The family magic recognized you. And your first act as Lord was to cast out the dark and welcome back the light. Bellatrix and Narcissa, gone. Andromeda, restored. It was unexpected. It was right. Perhaps. But rightness rarely matters in politics. Arcturus's gaze shifted to Andromeda, who had remained silent by the door. Come in, girl. I don't bite. Not anymore. You cast me out. Andromeda's voice was controlled, but Harry could hear the old pain beneath it. You signed my exile notice yourself. I did what was expected of me. What the family demanded. Arcturus showed no sign of remorse. Your marriage was an embarrassment. A stain on our lineage. The ancient families would have turned against us if I hadn't acted. So you chose politics over family. I chose survival. As I have always done. Arcturus turned back to Harry. You face the same choice now, Lord Potterblack. The Covenant of Morgana has made their intentions clear. They will test you. And if you fail their test, they will destroy you and everyone connected to you. I know. Do you? Do you truly understand what you're facing? Arcturus rose, moving to a cabinet against the wall. He withdrew a bottle of amber liquid and 3 glasses, pouring with hands that didn't tremble despite his apparent age. The Covenant is older than the Ministry. Older than Hogwarts. They were ancient when Merlin was young. They believe in blood purity not as a social preference but as a religious mandate. To them, Muggleborns are not merely inferior, they are contamination. A disease that must be purged from the magical world. That's insane. Yes. And irrelevant. Arcturus handed Harry a glass. Their sanity does not affect their power. Or their determination. They have waited centuries for the right moment to act. They believe that moment is approaching. Why? What's changed? Voldemort. Arcturus spat the name like a curse. He was supposed to be their instrument. A powerful wizard committed to blood purity, capable of rallying the masses to their cause. But he grew too ambitious. Too independent. He built his own cult rather than serving theirs, and when you destroyed him, I didn't destroy him. I was a baby. Nevertheless. When he fell, the Covenant was left without their champion. They've spent the last 7 years regrouping, rebuilding, searching for a new path forward. Arcturus's silver eyes glittered. And then you emerged. The boy who lived, claiming the Black Lordship. The heir of their greatest failure, sitting in the seat they'd marked for their Messiah. They see me as a threat. They see you as a usurper. An abomination. A half-blood child daring to wear the crown they'd reserved for pure bloodlines. Arcturus drained his glass in one swallow. They will not rest until you are destroyed, Harry Potter. Not because of what you've done, but because of what you represent. Hope for a different future. One where blood status matters less than character. Harry was quiet for a long moment, processing. The fire crackled. Shadows danced on the walls. You came out of hiding to tell me this, he finally said. Why? Because you intrigue me. Arcturus poured himself another drink. I have watched the House of Black crumble for a century. I have watched my descendants choose evil or exile, with nothing in between. And now here you are, a child who should not exist, claiming power that should not be his, making choices that defy everything our family has stood for. Is that good or bad? I haven't decided yet. Arcturus set down his glass with a decisive click. But I intend to find out. I am going to train you, Harry Potter. Everything I know about politics, about magic, about survival, I am going to pour it into that stubborn little skull of yours. And when the Covenant comes for you, we will see what you're truly made of. What if I refuse? Then you will die. And everyone you care about will die with you. Arcturus's voice was matter-of-fact. You are facing enemies with centuries of experience and resources beyond imagination. You cannot defeat them alone. You need me. Harry looked at Andromeda. She was tense, her hand near her wand, her eyes never leaving Arcturus. But when she met Harry's gaze, she gave a tiny nod. Your choice, the nod said. But I'll support you either way. Harry turned back to Arcturus. I have conditions. The old man's eyebrows rose. Do you indeed? I won't become like them. The Covenant, the Death Eaters, the pure-blood supremacists. I don't care how practical it is or how much power it brings. I won't sacrifice my principles. Principles are luxuries, child. Then I'll be a child who can afford luxuries. Harry held Arcturus's gaze without flinching. I mean it. If you try to turn me into another dark wizard, another monster in the Black family tradition, I'll walk away. And you can watch the Covenant destroy your legacy without lifting a finger to help. Silence stretched between them. Then, slowly, Arcturus began to laugh. It was not a warm sound, there was too much rust in it, too many years of bitterness, but it was genuine. Real amusement, perhaps the first the old man had felt in decades. Oh, you are delightful, he said. Truly delightful. Fire and iron and not a drop of sense. He extended his hand. Very well, Lord Potter Black. I accept your conditions. I will train you without corrupting you. And if I fail, if you become the monster you fear, you have my permission to destroy me yourself. Harry took his hand. Arcturus's grip was stronger than it looked, his skin cold as stone. We begin tomorrow, the old man said. Come at dawn. And prepare for pain. Training with Arcturus was nothing like Harry had expected. He'd imagined long lectures on magical theory, dusty tomes to memorize, endless drills of wand movements and incantations. Instead, on his first morning at Grimmauld Place, Arcturus handed him a knife and pushed him into an empty room. Survive, the old man said, and closed the door. The darkness was absolute. Harry couldn't see his hand in front of his face, couldn't hear anything but his own breathing, couldn't sense anything but the cold stone floor beneath his feet and the weight of the blade in his grip. Then something moved in the dark. Harry threw himself sideways on instinct, feeling something slice through the air where his head had been. He rolled, came up in a crouch, listened with every fiber of his being. There. A whisper of movement to his left. Harry slashed blindly with the knife, felt it connect with something solid. A shriek of pain, inhuman, wrong, and then silence. More movement. Above him this time. Harry dropped flat as claws raked over his back, tearing through his shirt but missing his flesh. He kicked out, connected with something, heard it crash against the wall. It went on for what felt like hours. Harry learned to fight by not dying, his body adapting faster than his mind could follow. He developed a sixth sense for the creatures in the dark, where they were, how they moved, when they would strike. By the end, he was hunting them as much as they were hunting him. When the door finally opened and light flooded in, Harry was covered in scratches and blood, some of it his own, most of it not, standing over the body of something that looked like a cross between a bat and a nightmare. "Good," Arcturus said. "You're not completely hopeless." Harry stared at him, chest heaving. What were those things? Boggots, mostly. A few doxies. Nothing that could actually kill you, though the experience would have been unpleasant. The old man stepped over the corpse without a second glance. "You have good instincts. Raw, untrained, but present. We can work with that. You could have warned me. Warning would have defeated the purpose. You needed to learn that survival is not about preparation, it's about adaptation. The Covenant will not give you time to prepare. They will strike when you least expect it, with weapons you cannot anticipate. Your only defense is the ability to react." Harry wanted to argue, but the old man had a point. He'd survived. More than survived, he'd fought back, and won. Something had awakened in him during that hour of darkness. Something he hadn't known was there. "What's next?" he asked. Arcturus smiled, a cold expression, but not without satisfaction. "Now we begin the real training. Combat. Politics. Blood magic. All the tools you'll need to survive what's coming. Blood magic. The Black family's specialty. You have the blood, you might as well learn to use it." Arcturus beckoned him forward. "Come. We have much ground to cover and limited time." The weeks that followed were the hardest of Harry's life. Every day began before dawn, with physical training that pushed his small body to its limits. Running, climbing, fighting, Arcturus drove him relentlessly, forcing him to develop strength and endurance he hadn't known he was capable of. Then came the magical training. Unlike the chaos of his first day, these lessons were structured, methodical. Arcturus started with the basics, wand movements, incantation theory, the fundamental principles of magical energy, and built from there, layer upon layer of knowledge. Magic is not about power, the old man explained during one session. Any fool can throw power at a problem. True skill lies in precision. In understanding exactly what your magic is doing, and making it do no more and no less than necessary. Harry learned to levitate feathers with pinpoint accuracy, guiding them through complex aerial courses. He learned to light candles from across the room, adjusting the flame's intensity by will alone. He learned defensive charms and shield spells, transfiguration basics and the foundations of warding. But the most challenging lessons were in blood magic. "This is the source of the Black family's power," Arcturus said, leading Harry to a ritual chamber deep beneath Grimmauld Place. "And its curse. Blood magic is primal. Effective. But it extracts a price for every gift." The chamber was circular, carved from black stone that seemed to drink the light. Symbols covered every surface, runes Harry didn't recognize, sigils that made his eyes water, patterns that shifted when he tried to focus on them. "Blood magic connects you to your ancestors," Arcturus continued. "To the family magic that has been building for generations. When you call upon it, you draw on the strength of every Black who came before you. But you also draw on their darkness. Their madness. Their sins. That's why so many Blacks went insane. Partially. The blood magic amplifies what is already there. Those who are stable can use it without harm. Those who carry seeds of madness. Arcturus shrugged. The magic nurtures those seeds. Helps them grow. And me? What do I carry? That remains to be seen. Arcturus handed Harry a small silver knife. Today, we test your connection. A small ritual, nothing dangerous. You will call upon the family magic, and we will see how it responds. Harry looked at the knife, then at Arcturus. What if it responds badly? Then we will know to be cautious going forward. The old man's expression was unreadable. But I suspect you will surprise us both. You have already defied expectation in so many ways. Why should this be different? Harry took a deep breath. Then he drew the knife across his palm. The blood that welled up was red, ordinary, human, nothing special. But when it dripped onto the stone floor, the chamber came alive. Silver light erupted from the symbols on the walls, tracing patterns in the air. Harry felt the family magic rise around him like a tide, vast and ancient and impossibly powerful. It pressed against his mind, seeking entry, seeking connection. Who calls upon the House of Black? The voice was not one voice but many, generations of black speaking in unison, their words echoing through Harry's consciousness. Harry James Potter, he said aloud. Lord of the House of Black by right of blood and conquest. We know you. We accepted you. Why do you call upon us now? To learn. To understand what I've inherited. To use this power to protect those I care about. A pause. The silver light pulsed, considering. You carry our blood, but you are not truly ours. You are also Potter. Light as well as shadow. Fire as well as cold. Does that make me unworthy? It makes you, unusual. A ripple of something that might have been amusement passed through the collective voices. We have known blacks who were monsters. Blacks who were heroes. Blacks who were both and neither. We have never known a black who was also something else entirely. The light began to shift, patterns rearranging themselves around Harry's form. He felt the magic reaching deeper, testing his foundations, examining the core of his being. There is prophecy in you. Destiny. Forces greater than blood have marked you for their purposes. The voices grew thoughtful. The Dark Lord we know. He wore our mark, though he was never truly ours. But there is something else. Something older. Something watching. The Covenant. Beyond the Covenant. Beyond even us. The voices were fading now, the light dimming. You walk a path between worlds, Harry Potter. Light and shadow. Life and death. We cannot see where it leads. Only that it will matter. The magic receded like a wave pulling back from shore. Harry found himself on his knees, gasping, his palms still bleeding sluggishly. Arcturus was watching him with an expression Harry couldn't read. What happened? Harry managed. What did you see? Nothing. The old man's voice was quiet. The ritual chamber showed nothing to observers. Whatever passed between you and the family magic, it was private. He helped Harry to his feet. What did they tell you? Harry hesitated. The conversation felt personal, sacred in a way he couldn't explain. But Arcturus was his teacher. He needed to know. They said I walk a path between worlds, Harry said finally. That something older than the Covenant is watching me. That my path will matter. Arcturus was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was softer than Harry had ever heard it. The old prophecies speak of such things, he said. Figures who stand at the crossroads of fate. Who tip the balance one way or another. His silver eyes found Harry's. I had hoped the family magic would make you easier to understand. Instead, you become more mysterious by the day. Is that bad? I don't know. Arcturus turned away, heading for the chamber's exit. But I suspect we will find out together. Progress came faster than anyone expected. Within 2 months, Harry had advanced beyond what most first-year Hogwarts students could accomplish. His spell work was precise, his combat instincts sharp, his understanding of magical theory growing daily. The Potter talent and black ruthlessness combined in ways that made him a natural fighter and a quick study. But it was in the political arena that he truly shone. The Wisengamot, Arcturus explained during one of their afternoon sessions, is the heart of magical Britain's government. It combines legislative, judicial, and executive functions, a holdover from the days when magic was ruled by councils of elders rather than formal institutions. Sounds inefficient. It is. Deliberately so. The founding families wanted a government weak enough to be controlled by those with wealth and ancient blood. Arcturus spread a chart across the desk, a complex web of names and connections, alliances and feuds. Your task is to navigate this web. To build alliances, neutralize enemies, and position yourself as a power worth respecting. I'm 8 years old. No one's going to respect me. They will if you make them. Arcturus tapped one section of the chart. You've already dealt your first blow. Casting out Narcissa destabilized Lucius Malfoy's position significantly. He depended on her black connections to bolster his social standing. Without them, he's exposed. Is he my enemy? Without question. Malfoy is clever, ambitious, and utterly ruthless. He served the Dark Lord, escaped consequences through bribery and lies, and has spent the years since building a power base that rivals the Ministry itself. Arcturus's expression darkened. He will never forgive you for what you did to his wife. But he's also too smart to attack directly. He'll work through proxies, through legal channels, through slow erosion of your position. How do I stop him? You don't. Not yet. You're not strong enough to challenge him openly. Arcturus leaned back in his chair. Instead, you must make yourself too valuable to destroy. Too connected. Too visible. If attacking you would cost more than it gained, Malfoy will hold back. Seek other targets. Perhaps even become a grudging ally. I don't want Malfoy as an ally. You don't have the luxury of choosing your allies based on preference. Not yet. Arcturus's voice was sharp. This is politics, child. Not friendship. You cultivate whoever is useful and discard them when they're not. That is how power works. Harry was quiet for a moment. Then he shook his head. No. Arcturus's eyes narrowed. Excuse me. That's how you did it. How the old blacks did it. And look where it got you. A family of monsters and corpses, with the survivors scattered and broken. Harry met the old man's gaze steadily. I'm not going to make people into tools. I'm going to find real allies. People who follow me because they believe in what I'm doing, not because I've manipulated them into it. That's naive. Maybe. But I'd rather be naive and decent than clever and alone. Arcturus stared at him for a long moment. Then, unexpectedly, he smiled. You remind me of someone, he said softly. My wife. She had that same stubborn idealism. That same insistence on doing things her way, regardless of consequences. What happened to her? She died. Trying to save a Muggleborn family from the First War's violence. Arcturus's voice was distant, lost in memory. She was right, of course. Protecting them was the decent thing to do. But decent choices have costs. She paid with her life. And I was left alone. I'm sorry. Don't be. She made her choice. As you are making yours. Arcturus refocused on Harry, his expression complicated. Very well. If you insist on building alliances based on conviction rather than convenience, then we must find people who share your convictions. Fortunately, such people exist. Shall we discuss them? Harry nodded. The lesson continued. But something had shifted between them. An understanding that hadn't been there before. The first test of Harry's political education came 6 weeks after he began training with Arcturus. The Wisingamot met quarterly for formal sessions, and the autumn session was approaching. As lord of 2 ancient and noble houses, Harry was entitled to 2 seats, one for Potter, one for Black. He was also entitled to vote, to speak, and to participate in the political process that governed magical Britain. You cannot attend personally, Arcturus warned. You are too young. There are laws against children participating directly in government, and your enemies would use that against you. Then how do I vote? By proxy. You designate someone to represent your interests, cast your votes, and speak on your behalf. Arcturus paused. I would suggest Andromeda for the Black seat. She has standing now, thanks to your restoration, and she knows the political landscape. And the Potter seat? That is more complicated. The Potter family has been absent from politics for a generation. There are no obvious proxies, no existing alliances to draw upon. Arcturus considered. I could serve, if you wished. My voice still carries weight in certain circles. Harry thought about it. Arcturus would be effective, there was no question of that. But something felt wrong about having the old lord speak for the new one. It sent the wrong message. What about Augusta Longbottom? He asked. Arcturus's eyebrows rose. The Longbottom matriarch? Why her? The Longbottoms and Potters were allies before the war. My father and Neville's father fought together. And Augusta has a reputation for integrity, even people who disagree with her respect her. She is also fierce, opinionated, and unlikely to bend to your wishes if she disagrees with them. Good. Harry smiled slightly. I don't want a puppet. I want someone who'll represent me well and tell me when I'm being stupid. Arcturus was silent for a moment. Then he nodded slowly. You continue to surprise me, Lord Potterblack. Very well. I will arrange a meeting with Augusta Longbottom. If she agrees to serve as your proxy, it will send a powerful message. The boy who lived stands with the light, with the old families who opposed the Dark Lord. And if she refuses? Then we find someone else. But I suspect she won't refuse. Arcturus's thin lips curled. Augusta has been looking for a worthy cause since her son was destroyed. You may be exactly what she needs. Augusta Longbottom was a formidable woman. She stood nearly 6 feet tall, with iron-gray hair pulled back in a severe bun and eyes that seemed to look through people rather than at them. Her robes were expensive but understated, and her famous vulture-topped hat sat perfectly positioned atop her head. She studied Harry for a long moment without speaking when they met in one of Grimmauld Place's receiving rooms. Andromeda sat beside him, a quiet supportive presence, while Arcturus watched from the shadows. You're smaller than I expected, Augusta finally said. Then again, prophecy rarely cares about physical stature. Mrs. Longbottom. Thank you for meeting with me. Thank Arcturus. I agreed out of curiosity more than anything else. Her sharp gaze swept the room. The boy who lived, lord of 2 houses, training with an allegedly dead dark wizard. It's quite the story. I'm not a dark wizard, Arcturus said mildly from his corner. Merely a pragmatic one. The distinction escaped your children. My children are not your concern, Augusta. The boy is. Augusta's attention returned to Harry. Very well. You've asked me to serve as your proxy in the Wisingamot. To speak for the Potter family, vote on your behalf, represent your interests to the political establishment. Why should I agree? Because we want the same things. Harry met her gaze directly. Justice for the people who supported Voldemort and escaped punishment. Protection for those who opposed him and suffered for it. A government that serves all wizards, not just the wealthy and the pure-blooded. Pretty words. What do they mean in practice? I don't know yet. I'm 8 years old, I don't understand politics well enough to have detailed policy positions. Harry paused. But I know right from wrong. And I know that what happened to your son, what Bellatrix Lestrange did to him, should never happen again. Augusta went very still. The mention of her son had landed like a blow, Harry could see, but she didn't flinch away from it. Frank was a hero, she said quietly. He and Alice both. They fought the darkness when fighting meant death, and they paid a price worse than death. Her voice hardened. And the woman responsible walks free in Azkaban, protected by the very laws she violated. Not anymore. Harry kept his voice steady. I cast Bellatrix out of the House of Black. She has no family, no protection, no claim on the power she used to destroy your son. It's not enough, it will never be enough, but it's something. Augusta was silent for a long moment. When she spoke, her voice was rough with emotion she refused to show. You did that for Frank and Alice. I did it because it was right. But also, yes. Because of what she did to them. And because of what she would have done to Neville, if she'd had the chance. You know my grandson? Not yet. But he's the same age as me. We'll meet at Hogwarts in a few years. Harry paused. I hope we'll be friends. His parents and my parents were friends, before everything went wrong. Augusta studied him for another long moment. Then, slowly, she nodded. Very well, Lord Potterblack. I will serve as your proxy. On one condition. Name it. When you come of age, when you take your seat in the Wizengamot personally, you will not forget what you've said today. You will not become another Malfoy, another Fudge, another politician who speaks of justice while practicing corruption. I won't. See that you don't. Augusta rose, her vulture hat wobbling slightly with the movement. I will contact you before the session to discuss specific votes. Try not to do anything too dramatic before then. Political establishments don't respond well to drama. She left without waiting for a response, sweeping out of the room like a force of nature. Andromeda let out a breath. Well. That went better than expected. She liked him, Arcturus observed. I haven't seen Augusta warm to anyone that quickly in years. She didn't seem warm. For Augusta, that was practically an embrace. The old man emerged from the shadows, regarding Harry with something like approval. You handled that well. Honest, direct, and you invoked her son without seeming manipulative. She'll remember that. I wasn't trying to manipulate her. I know. That's why it worked. Arcturus paused at the door. Tomorrow we resume training. Combat drills, blood magic, and we'll begin work on your occlumency. What's occlumency? The art of defending your mind against intrusion. Given that you're about to enter the political arena, it's essential. Arcturus's silver eyes glittered. There are those who would rip every secret from your skull without hesitation. Best you learn to stop them. He left. Harry sat in the receiving room, processing everything that had happened. Are you all right? Andromeda asked. I think so. Harry looked at his hands, still small, still a child's hands, despite everything. It's just, a lot. A few months ago I was living in a cupboard. Now I'm making political alliances and learning blood magic and preparing to fight an ancient cult. You don't have to do it all at once, you know. You're allowed to take breaks. The Covenant doesn't care about breaks. Harry sighed. 8 more months. That's all I have before they come for me. 8 months is a long time. Not long enough. Harry rose, squaring his shoulders. But it's what I have. I'd better make it count. The Wizengamot session was 3 days later. Harry couldn't attend personally, Arcturus was right about that, but he watched through a magical mirror that Andromeda set up, its twin held in her pocket as she took her seat among the lords and ladies of magical Britain. The chamber was vast and circular, ringed by tiers of benches where the members sat according to their rank. The Malfoys occupied a prominent position near the center. Harry watched Lucius take his seat with oily confidence, every movement calculated to project power and control. "Lord Potterblack's proxy has arrived," a herald announced as Augusta swept in. Lady Augusta Longbottom, speaking for the most ancient and noble house of Potter. Murmurs rippled through the chamber. Harry saw Lucius's composure flicker for just a moment, surprise, quickly masked. He hadn't known about Augusta's appointment. Good. The session proceeded through routine business, budgets, appointments, minor legal disputes. Harry watched and listened, trying to absorb the rhythms and dynamics of the assembly. Who allied with whom? Who spoke and who stayed silent? Where the real power lay. Then came the moment he'd been waiting for. "The chair recognizes Lord Malfoy," the chief warlock announced. Dumbledore, Harry noted, serving in his dual role as supreme mugwump and chief warlock. Lucius rose, his silver-topped cane glinting in the magical lights. "Honored members of the Wizengamot. I rise to address a matter of grave concern, the recent elevation of an 8-year-old child to the lordship of two of our most ancient houses." The murmurs intensified. Harry leaned closer to the mirror. "We all know the story of Harry Potter," Lucius continued, his voice smooth as poison. "The tragic orphan, the boy who lived, the symbol of our victory over darkness. But symbols should not govern. Children should not wield the power of the Wizengamot. And whatever magic may have bestowed these titles upon young Mr. Potter, I question whether it serves the interests of our society to recognize them." Objection. Augusta's voice cut through like a knife. "Lord Malfoy questions the validity of a lordship confirmed by Gringotts, witnessed by the goblins themselves, and sealed by family magic that has not erred in 1,000 years. On what grounds?" "On the grounds of precedent, Lady Longbottom. When has an 8-year-old ever held such power? When has a child been allowed to influence the laws that govern us all? The magic chooses its own vessels, Lord Malfoy. Or would you prefer to debate theology with the essence of the House of Black?" Scattered laughter. Lucius's jaw tightened, but his composure held. "I suggest," he said, "a formal inquiry. An examination of the circumstances surrounding Mr. Potter's lordship claims. If they prove legitimate, we accept them. If they do not. If they do not, then what?" Augusta demanded. "You strip a child of his inheritance. Condemn him to the guardianship of Muggle relatives who, by all accounts, treated him abominably." "Abominably? I have seen no evidence, then you haven't looked." Andromeda's voice, this time, the first time she'd spoken in the session. Harry saw heads turn toward her, curiosity and hostility mingled in their expressions. "I have seen the evidence, Lord Malfoy. Healers' reports documenting years of neglect and abuse. Scars that tell their own story. If you wish, I can enter them into the official record." Lucius's composure cracked, just slightly. This wasn't going the way he'd planned. Harry could see him recalculating, searching for an angle. "The character of Mr. Potter's former guardians is not at issue," he said finally. "Only the question of whether a child should hold such power. And yet you supported the Dark Lord when he was a student at Hogwarts." Augusta's voice was ice. 16 years old, and already building his power base. "Where were your concerns about age then, Lord Malfoy?" Dead silence. The accusation hung in the air like smoke. "I never supported the Dark Lord." Lucius's voice was tight. "That accusation is baseless and libelous." "Is it?" "You bear his mark, my lord. We all know it, even if we cannot prove it." Augusta rose to her full height, her vulture hat casting strange shadows. "You question an 8-year-old's right to his inheritance while wearing the brand of a mass murderer. Your hypocrisy is noted. And rejected. The vote, when it came, was not close. Lucius's motion for an inquiry failed by nearly 2 to 1. Harry's lordships were confirmed, his proxies recognized, his position in the Wiesengemot secure. Watching through the mirror, Harry allowed himself a small smile. First battle. First victory. But the war was far from over. You did well today. Harry looked up from the book he was reading, Blood Magic, Theory and Practice, borrowed from Arcturus's library. The old lord stood in the doorway of the study, his silver eyes reflecting the firelight. Andromeda and Augusta did well. I just watched. You chose them. Positioned them. Gave them the weapons they needed to fight. Arcturus moved into the room, settling into the chair across from Harry. That is what lordship truly means. Not wielding power yourself, but knowing who should wield it in your name. Malfoy will try again. Of course he will. But today's defeat will make him cautious. He'll take his time, look for better angles of attack. Arcturus paused. The Covenant will not be so patient. I know. They sat in comfortable silence for a while. The fire crackled. Wind rattled the windows. Grimmauld Place groaned around them, its ancient timbers settling. You called me grandfather once, Arcturus said suddenly. By accident, I think. You corrected yourself immediately. Harry felt his face warm. He remembered that moment, a slip of the tongue during a particularly grueling training session. He'd been exhausted, his guard down, and the word had just come out. I'm sorry. I didn't mean, don't apologize. Arcturus's voice was strange, softer than Harry had ever heard it. I had grandchildren once. Sirius and Regulus. I failed them both. Sirius rebelled against everything I stood for, and I was too proud to see that he was right. Regulus embraced everything I stood for, and I was too blind to see that it was killing him. What happened to Regulus? He joined the Death Eaters. My doing, I pushed him toward it, thought it would strengthen the family's position. Arcturus's laugh was bitter. He died trying to betray the Dark Lord. 18 years old, killed by the master I'd helped him serve. I didn't even know until years later. Harry didn't know what to say. The grief in Arcturus's voice was ancient, calcified, but real nonetheless. I am not a good man, Harry. Arcturus met his eyes. I have done terrible things in the name of family, of power, of survival. But when I look at you, when I see you fighting to be different, to build something better, I feel something I haven't felt in decades. What? Hope. The word seemed to cost him. You could be the one who breaks the cycle. Who redeems the House of Black, or destroys it, but either way, changes it forever. I'm just trying to survive. That's how all great changes begin. Arcturus rose, moving toward the door. Get some sleep. Tomorrow we begin a clemency training, and you'll need a clear mind. He paused at the threshold, looking back. And Harry? You may call me grandfather, if you wish. I find I don't mind. He left before Harry could respond. Harry sat alone in the firelight, the weight of the moment settling over him. An ancient dark wizard, offering something like love. A family built from broken pieces. A future that no one could predict. He thought about Andromeda and Dora and Ted, waiting for him at home. About Augusta Longbottom, fighting for him in the Wiesengemot. About Arcturus, teaching him everything he knew out of something that looked almost like affection. 6 months ago, he'd had no one. Now he had, whatever this was. It wasn't perfect. It wasn't simple. But it was his. Harry closed his book, extinguished the fire with a wave of his hand, and went to bed. Tomorrow, there would be more training. More politics. More preparation for the storm to come. Tonight, he would let himself rest. He dreamed of shadows and starlight, of ravens circling overhead, of a path through darkness that somehow led toward dawn. And deep within Grimmauld Place, something old and vast stirred in its sleep, sensing the change in the air above. The House of Black was waking up. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, Blood Traitor. The invitation arrived on a Tuesday morning, carried by an owl so white it seemed to glow. Harry was in the middle of breakfast, scrambled eggs and toast, Dora arguing with Ted about whether bacon counted as a breakfast food or a snack, when the bird swept through the window and dropped a cream-colored envelope directly onto his plate. "That's a Malfoy owl," Andromeda said, her voice carefully neutral. Harry wiped egg off the envelope and examined it. Heavy parchment, silver ink, a wax seal bearing a serpent coiled around a letter M. His name was written in elegant calligraphy, Lord Harry James Potter Black. "What do they want?" Dora asked, her hair shifting to a suspicious orange. Harry broke the seal. "Lord Potter Black, you are cordially invited to the annual gathering of the Sacred 28, to be held at Rosier Manor on the evening of December 21st. As Lord of 2 founding families, your attendance is both expected and anticipated. The gathering provides an opportunity for the ancient houses to renew bonds of friendship and alliance. In these uncertain times, such bonds are more important than ever. Formal attire required. Proxies not accepted. With respect, Lord Cyrus Rosier." Harry read the letter twice, then handed it to Andromeda without comment. Her face went pale. "Rosier. The same Rosier who sent the Covenant's message." "Yes. You can't go." Andromeda's voice was sharp. "This is obviously a trap. They want to get you somewhere isolated, away from protection, maybe." Harry took the letter back, studying it. "Or maybe it's exactly what it says. A gathering of the old families. A chance to take my measure. The Covenant threatened to kill you. In a year. They gave me a year to prepare." Harry met her eyes. "It's been 3 months. If they wanted me dead already, they wouldn't send a formal invitation. That's insane logic." "Probably." Harry folded the letter and tucked it into his pocket. "But I'm going anyway." The argument that followed lasted 2 hours. Andromeda brought up every possible danger, every reason Harry should refuse. Arcturus, when consulted via mirror, was surprisingly neutral. He acknowledged the risks but also the opportunities. "The gathering is tradition," the old lord said. "Refusal would be seen as weakness, or fear. Neither serves your purpose." "It could also get him killed," Andromeda snapped. "Everything could get him killed. That's rather the point of being alive." Arcturus's silver eyes found Harry's through the mirror. "What do your instincts tell you, boy?" Harry thought about it. The Covenant wanted him dead, that was certain. But they'd given him a timeline, a test to pass. Killing him at a social gathering, surrounded by witnesses, didn't fit the pattern. Too public. Too simple. No, this was something else. A first contact. A chance for Rosier to evaluate his enemy in person. "I think they want to look me in the eye," Harry said slowly. "See what they're dealing with. Maybe try to recruit me, or intimidate me, or both. And you want to give them that opportunity?" "I want to look them in the eye." Harry's jaw set. "I'm tired of being defensive. Everyone keeps telling me what the Covenant might do, what Malfoy might do, what's coming for me. I want to see them for myself. Understand what I'm fighting." Arcturus was quiet for a moment. Then he nodded. "Very well. But you don't go alone. Andromeda attends as your escort, her restoration gives her standing among the Sacred 28. And I will be watching through means of my own. If things go wrong, you run. Understood?" "Understood." "Good." Arcturus's image flickered. "And Harry? Wear the rings openly. Let them see who they're dealing with." The mirror went dark. Harry looked at Andromeda. "I know you think this is stupid," he said. "I think it's incredibly stupid. And incredibly brave. And I can't decide which bothers me more." She sighed. "Fine. We go." But I'm not letting you out of my sight, and if anyone so much as looks at you wrong, we leave immediately. Deal. Andromeda shook her head, but there was something like pride in her expression. You're going to give me gray hair, Harry Potter. Probably. But you'll look distinguished. Despite everything, she laughed. Rosier Manor was a monument to darkness. It rose from the English countryside like a shadow-given form, black stone, twisted spires, windows that reflected nothing. The grounds were immaculate but somehow wrong, the gardens too perfect, the silence too complete. No birds sang. No insects hummed. Even the wind seemed to avoid the place. Charming, Andromeda muttered as they approached the entrance. Just like I remembered. You've been here before. Once. When I was 16. My father brought me to show off his marriageable daughter. Her voice was flat. I spent the entire evening fighting off Evan Rosier's wandering hands. His father thought it was hilarious. Harry filed that away. Evan Rosier had been a Death Eater, killed during the First War. But his family, his father, Cyrus, had apparently escaped scrutiny. The doors opened as they reached them, revealing an entrance hall that made Grimmauld Place look welcoming. Black marble floors, chandeliers dripping with crystals that cast strange shadows, and everywhere, the Rosier crest. A raven clutching a serpent in its talons, repeated in carvings and tapestries and stained glass. Lord Potter Black. A house elf appeared, bowing so low its nose touched the floor. Lady Tonks. The master welcomes you. Please, follow. They followed the elf through corridors that seemed to shift when Harry wasn't looking directly at them. The magic here was old and heavy, pressing against his senses like a weight. Not hostile, exactly, but watchful. Evaluating. The house is testing me, Harry realized. Seeing if I belong here. He reached for the black family magic, letting it rise to the surface. Silver shadows flickered at the edges of his vision, answering his call. The pressure eased slightly, acknowledging a kindred power. The elf led them to a vast ballroom already filled with guests. Harry paused at the entrance, taking it in. Dozens of witches and wizards in formal robes, clustered in groups that spoke of old alliances and older feuds. Harry recognized some faces from his political studies, the Parkinsons, the Greengrasses, the Knotts. Others were unknown, but their bearing marked them as purebloods of the old tradition. And there, at the center of attention, stood Lucius Malfoy. He was holding court near the largest fireplace, surrounded by sycophants who laughed at his every word. Narcissa stood at his side, her posture perfect despite everything, the loss of her black status, the whispers that surely followed her everywhere now. She wore crimson robes that matched nothing in the room, a deliberate statement of defiance. Her eyes found Harry's the moment he entered. Something flickered in them, hatred, yes, but also something else. Something that looked almost like fear. Lord Potter Black. A new voice, smooth and ancient, carrying easily over the murmur of conversation. Welcome to my home. Lord Cyrus Rosier emerged from the crowd like a shark surfacing from deep water. He was tall and thin, with silver hair swept back from a face that seemed carved from marble. His eyes were the blue of glacial ice, utterly cold, utterly focused. Harry felt the same wrongness he'd sensed in the Covenant's message. Something about Rosier wasn't natural. As if the man was wearing his body like a costume, the real creature hidden underneath. Lord Rosier. Harry kept his voice steady. Thank you for the invitation. How could I not extend it? The new Lord Black, claiming his heritage at such a tender age. You've become quite the topic of conversation. Rosier's smile didn't reach his eyes. I must confess, I was curious to meet you in person. And now that you have. Now I find myself even more curious. Rosier gestured toward the ballroom. Please, enjoy the gathering. Mingle. Make connections. This is what the Sacred 28 does, we remember our shared history, our common purpose. And what purpose is that? To preserve what matters, Lord Potter Black. Rosier's voice dropped, his eyes boring into Harry's. In a world that changes too quickly, where old values are discarded and ancient wisdom forgotten, we are the bulwark. The guardians of tradition. Some traditions should be forgotten. Oh. The word was soft, dangerous. Which ones? The ones that hurt people. The ones that value blood over character, inheritance over merit. Harry held Rosier's gaze. The ones that produced Voldemort. The name rippled through the nearby conversations like a stone dropped in still water. Heads turned. Whispers started. Rosier's expression didn't change. You speak boldly for a child. I speak honestly. I find it saves time. For a long moment, they simply looked at each other. Ancient power against young defiance. The weight of centuries against the fire of conviction. Then Rosier laughed. It was not a pleasant sound, there was too much calculation in it, too much hidden meaning, but it broke the tension nonetheless. The watching purebloods relaxed slightly, returning to their own conversations. I think I'm going to enjoy watching you grow, Lord Potter Black. Rosier stepped back, his smile still in place. Assuming you survive long enough. The magical world can be unforgiving to those who challenge its assumptions. He melted back into the crowd before Harry could respond, leaving only the lingering sense of wrongness behind. That went well, Andromeda muttered. You basically told the leader of an ancient murder cult that you reject everything he stands for. Was I supposed to pretend otherwise? It might have been more politically savvy. Probably. Harry scanned the room, looking for other threats and opportunities. But Rosier already knows what I am. Pretending would just insult his intelligence. His intelligence isn't what worries me. Andromeda took his arm, steering him toward a quieter corner. The Covenant specializes in making examples. If Rosier decides you need to be humiliated publicly, then I'll deal with it. Harry spotted a familiar flash of white blonde hair across the room. Speaking of which, I need to talk to someone. Harry, but he was already moving, threading through the crowd toward where Draco Malfoy stood alone by a window, looking thoroughly miserable. Draco Malfoy was not having a good evening. His mother was pretending nothing was wrong, which meant everything was wrong. His father was holding court like a king, but Draco could see the tension in his shoulders, the careful way he avoided certain topics. The whispers followed them everywhere, disgraced, diminished, cast out, and Draco didn't understand any of it. He only knew that 3 months ago, his family had been untouchable. Now people looked at them with pity, or contempt, or a calculating gleam that made Draco's skin crawl. And it was all because of Harry Potter. When the boy who lived approached him, Draco's first instinct was to run. His second was to draw his wand, not that he knew any useful spells, but at least it would be something. His third was to stand very still and hope he became invisible. Draco Malfoy. Potter stopped a few feet away, studying him with those unsettling green eyes. We haven't met. I'm Harry. I know who you are. Draco's voice came out steadier than he felt. Everyone knows who you are. I suppose they do. Potter glanced around the ballroom, seemingly unconcerned by the attention they were attracting. I wanted to talk to you. Why? Because you're my age. Because everyone else here is either trying to manipulate me or kill me, and that gets exhausting. Potter paused. And because I'm curious about you. Curious about what? Whether you're like your father. Draco flinched. The word struck deeper than Potter could have known, or maybe he did know, maybe that was exactly why he'd said them. Draco was always being compared to his father. Always expected to be a smaller version of Lucius Malfoy, with all that implied. I don't know what you mean. His voice was cold. Yes, you do. Potter's expression was unreadable. Your father served Voldemort. He tortured people, killed people, helped build a regime based on terror and hate. And then he lied about it, bribed his way out of consequences, and went right back to accumulating power. A pause. Is that what you want to be? You don't know anything about my father. I know he married your mother for her black connections. I know he's furious that those connections are gone now. I know he's using this gathering to rebuild his influence, probably already planning how to destroy me. Potter tilted his head. But that's your father. What about you? Draco didn't know how to answer. No one had ever asked him that question before, what he wanted, who he wanted to be. It had always been assumed that he would follow in his father's footsteps, maintain the Malfoy legacy, continue the family's rise to power. But in the 3 months since Potter had cast out his mother, Draco had seen things that disturbed him. The way his father had looked at his mother after the news arrived, not with concern, but with calculation, weighing her value against her cost. The arguments Draco wasn't supposed to hear, his father's voice cold and dismissive while his mother pleaded for something Draco didn't understand. And the realization, creeping and terrible, that his father might sacrifice any of them if the price was right. I don't know, Draco said finally. I don't know what I want to be. Potter nodded slowly. That's more honest than most people manage. He extended his hand. I'm not going to pretend we're friends. Your family and mine are enemies, that's just reality. But we're also 8 years old, and that might matter more than politics someday. Draco stared at the offered hand. Every instinct screamed at him to refuse, to walk away, to tell his father about this conversation and watch Potter suffer for his presumption. But something else, something small and stubborn and tired of being told who to hate, made him reach out and take it. Draco Malfoy. Harry Potter. The briefest of smiles crossed Potter's face. Nice to meet you. What's nice about it? Nothing yet. But there might be. Before Draco could respond, a commotion rippled through the ballroom. Conversations faltered. Heads turned toward the entrance. Lord Rosier's voice cut through the sudden silence. Ladies and gentlemen. An unexpected guest has arrived. Please welcome Lord Arcturus Black. Draco felt Potter go very still beside him. In the doorway stood a figure out of nightmare, ancient, powerful, his silver eyes sweeping the room like searchlights. The supposedly dead patriarch of the House of Black, returned from wherever he'd been hiding for 3 years. And his gaze found Potter with terrifying intensity. Grandfather, Potter breathed. What are you doing here? Arcturus Black descended upon the gathering like a storm. Harry watched him move through the crowd, parting the assembled purebloods with nothing more than his presence. People who hadn't bowed to anyone in decades lowered their heads as he passed. Old enemies stepped aside. Young heirs pressed against the walls, suddenly remembering why their parents had taught them to fear the Blacks. You came. Harry kept his voice low as Arcturus reached him. I thought you were watching from a distance. I was. Until I saw you shaking hands with the Malfoy heir. Arcturus's expression was unreadable. You continue to surprise me, boy. He's not his father. Not yet. Perhaps not. But that handshake will be noticed. Commented upon. Used against you by those who want to paint you as naive or disloyal. Arcturus paused. It was either very stupid or very clever. I haven't decided which. It was honest. Ah. The worst option. But there was something almost like approval in the old lord's voice. No matter. We have more immediate concerns. He nodded toward the far end of the ballroom, where Lord Rosier was watching them with those glacier blue eyes. He's testing the waters, Arcturus continued. Seeing how I respond to your presence. Whether I'll protect you or abandon you to his games. What games? The gathering has traditions. One of them is the right of challenge. Any lord present may demand formal satisfaction from another for perceived slights. Arcturus's voice dropped. Rosier will invoke it. Challenge you directly, or arrange for an ally to do so. Harry's stomach clenched. I thought dueling was regulated. That children couldn't be challenged. In normal circumstances, yes. But you claimed adult status when you accepted the lordships. Legally, you can be challenged like any other lord. Arcturus's silver eyes glittered. Rosier is counting on that. An 8-year-old, even a trained one, against a wizard with decades of experience. It would be humiliation at best. Death at worst. Can I refuse? Technically, yes. But refusal is seen as admission of guilt, surrender of honor. It would destroy your political position before it's truly begun. Harry looked across the ballroom at Rosier. The ancient wizard was still watching, his expression patient, predatory. He knew exactly what he was doing. Then I don't refuse. Arcturus nodded slowly. I expected as much. Which is why I came. He placed a hand on Harry's shoulder, the first physical contact they'd ever shared. If you are challenged, I invoke the right of champion. As your family elder, I may fight in your place. You do that? I would do considerably more than that. Arcturus's voice was soft, dangerous. Rosier has forgotten who he's dealing with. I ruled the House of Black when his grandfather was in diapers. If he wants to play games with my heir, he can play them with me. Before Harry could respond, a gong sounded, deep, resonant, filling the ballroom with its tone. Lords and ladies of the Sacred 28. Rosier's voice carried easily over the dying echo. Tradition calls us to address matters of honor. Are there any who would invoke the right of challenge? Silence. Harry felt the weight of dozens of eyes, waiting, watching. Then Lucius Malfoy stepped forward. I invoke the right. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Harry saw Narcissa's face go white, saw Draco stumble back in confusion. Against whom do you bring challenge? Rosier's voice was smooth, unsurprised. Against Lord Harry Potter Black. Lucius's silver eyes found Harry across the room. For the unprovoked assault on my family's honor. For the illegal seizure of my wife's rightful inheritance. For the deliberate humiliation of House Malfoy through political manipulation and lies. Lies? Harry heard himself speak, his voice steady despite his racing heart. Everything I did was within my rights as Lord Black. Your wife served a Dark Lord's family. I removed that stain from my house. You are a child playing at politics you don't understand. Lucius's voice dripped contempt. Accept my challenge, and we will settle this as lords have always settled such matters. He accepts. Arcturus's voice cut through the murmurs. And I invoke my right as family elder. Lord Potterblack's champion will face Lord Malfoy. Lucius's composure flickered. He hadn't expected this, that much was clear. He'd been counting on facing an 8-year-old, not a wizard who'd been dueling before his father was born. But it was too late to back down. The challenge was issued, the champion declared. To withdraw now would be worse than losing. Very well. Lucius's voice was tight. I accept Lord Black as champion. Then by tradition and right, the duel shall commence. Rosier's glacier eyes gleamed with something that might have been satisfaction. Clear the floor. The crowd parted, pressing against the walls to create a wide circle in the center of the ballroom. Harry found himself beside Andromeda, her hand gripping his arm with bruising force. This wasn't supposed to happen, she whispered. Arcturus wasn't supposed to reveal himself, he did it for me. Harry watched as his great-grandfather moved to the center of the circle, his black robes swirling around him. Because Rosier was going to challenge me himself, and Arcturus couldn't let that happen. How do you know? Because Rosier isn't surprised. Look at him. Harry nodded toward where the Covenant leader stood, watching with that patient predator's gaze. He wanted this. He wanted to see what Arcturus could do. Why? Because the Covenant is planning something. And Arcturus is an obstacle they need to measure. Andromeda was silent for a moment. You've learned to think like them. I've learned to survive. The dueling circle was clear now, Arcturus at one end and Lucius at the other. Both had drawn their wands, Arcturus's a twisted black thing that seemed to absorb the light, Lucius's silver-topped cane concealing something equally dangerous. Standard rules, Rosier announced. No unforgivables. No lethal force without surrender. The duel ends when one party yields or is incapacitated. He paused. Begin. Lucius moved first, a slashing motion that sent a bolt of red light screaming across the circle. Fast, precise, the kind of opening strike designed to end fights before they began. Arcturus didn't even raise his wand. The bolt stopped 6 inches from his face, caught in a shield that hadn't been there a moment before. It hung in the air for a heartbeat, frozen, then reversed course and slammed back toward Lucius with twice its original speed. Lucius dodged, barely, the curse scorching his robes as it passed. He came up firing, a chain of hexes and curses that would have overwhelmed most opponents through sheer volume. Arcturus walked through them like rain. Shields materialized and vanished faster than the eye could follow. Curses bent around him as if repelled by his very presence. He didn't dodge, didn't retreat, didn't show any sign that the attack troubled him. He simply advanced, one measured step at a time, his black wand still at his side. Impressive, Harry heard someone murmur. The old snake hasn't lost his touch. But Harry wasn't watching Arcturus. He was watching Lucius, the growing desperation in his movements, the realization dawning in his eyes that he was outclassed. This wasn't a duel. It was a demonstration. Lucius tried something new, a curse Harry didn't recognize, black and writhing, that screamed as it flew through the air. Dark magic, clearly. Borderline illegal. Arcturus caught it in his bare hand. The gathered purebloods gasped. The curse writhed in Arcturus's grip, trying to break free, to devour, to destroy. The old lord examined it with something like curiosity. Then he crushed it. Dark magic shattered like glass, fragments dissolving into nothing. Arcturus shook his hand once, dismissively, and finally raised his wand. What followed was brutal. Arcturus didn't use flashy spells or impressive chains. He used simple, devastating efficiency. A disarming charm that ripped Lucius's wand from his grip with enough force to break fingers. A binding curse that wrapped the younger wizard in invisible chains, driving him to his knees. A silencing hex that stole his voice before he could yield. In the space of 3 seconds, Lucius Malfoy went from duelist to victim. Arcturus stood over him, silver eyes cold, black wand pressed against his throat. Yield, he said softly. Or don't. The choice is yours. Lucius's face was a mask of fury and humiliation. His eyes darted to the crowd, to his allies, his wife, his son. Looking for support, for intervention, for any way out of this nightmare. He found nothing but watching faces and careful silence. The silence stretched. 1 second. 2. 3. Then, slowly, Lucius nodded. He yields, Rosier announced, his voice betraying nothing. The duel is concluded. Honor is satisfied. Arcturus stepped back, releasing the binding curse with a negligent wave. Lucius collapsed to the floor, gasping, his broken fingers clutched against his chest. Let this be a lesson. Arcturus's voice carried through the silent ballroom. The House of Black protects its own. Now and always. His eyes found Harry in the crowd. Come, grandson. I believe we've made our point. They left through the front door, ignoring the whispers that followed them. Harry didn't speak until they were past the manor's gates, the weight of the dark magic lifting from his shoulders like a physical burden. You didn't have to destroy him like that. Yes, I did. Arcturus's voice was flat. Malfoy needed to learn what happens to those who threaten you. So did everyone else in that room. You enjoyed it. I did. Arcturus stopped walking, turning to face Harry. In the moonlight, his silver eyes seemed to glow. Does that bother you? Harry considered the question. He'd watched a man be humiliated, broken, reduced to nothing in front of his peers. Part of him had felt satisfaction. Lucius Malfoy deserved worse for what he'd done, what he'd supported. But another part. It should bother me more than it does, he admitted. That's what worries me. Arcturus studied him for a long moment. Then he nodded slowly. Good. Hold on to that worry. It's what separates you from me. He began walking again. I lost my conscience decades ago. Traded it for power, for survival, for things that seemed important at the time. You still have yours. Protect it. Even if it makes me weak. It doesn't make you weak. It makes you different. Arcturus paused. Perhaps better. Time will tell. They walked in silence for a while, the manor falling away behind them. Eventually, they reached the apparition point where Andromeda was waiting, her face pale with relief. You're both insane, she said. Completely, utterly insane. Probably. Arcturus's thin lips curled. But we're alive, which is more than Rosier expected. What do you mean? The challenge was a trap. Not for Harry, for me. The old lord's eyes glittered. Rosier wanted to see my magic, to understand my limits. Now he knows I'm still dangerous. It will make him cautious. Or it will make him act faster. Perhaps. But we've bought time, which was always the goal. Arcturus turned to Harry. Go home. Rest. Tomorrow we resume training with increased intensity. The Covenant now knows we won't be easy prey. They'll adjust their plans accordingly. What about Malfoy? Lucius will lick his wounds and plot revenge. It will take him months to recover from tonight's humiliation, politically and personally. Arcturus paused. His son is a different matter. You reached out to the boy. Why? Because he's not his father. Not yet. And you think you can prevent him from becoming so? Harry thought about Draco's face when they'd shaken hands. The confusion there, the uncertainty. The tiny spark of something that wasn't hate. I don't know. But I want to try. Arcturus was silent for a long moment. Then he did something Harry had never seen before. He smiled. A real smile, warm and almost gentle. Your mother's heart, he said softly. And your father's stubborn courage. You may yet be the best of both lines, Harry Potter. He turned away, his robes swirling. Until tomorrow. He vanished into the darkness without another word. Harry stood with Andromeda in the moonlight, processing everything that had happened. The gathering. The confrontation with Rosier. The duel. Draco's hand in his. Ready to go home? Andromeda asked gently. Yeah. Harry took her arm. I'm ready. They apparat away, leaving the darkness behind. But Harry knew, with bone-deep certainty, that the darkness would follow. It always did. The fallout from the gathering began immediately. The Daily Prophet ran a front-page story the next morning, Lord Black returns from the dead, Malfoy humiliated in formal duel. The article was breathless, sensationalized, full of speculation about what Arcturus's return meant for wizarding politics. Harry read it over breakfast, Dora looking over his shoulder with undisguised fascination. Merlin's pants, she breathed. Your grandfather is terrifying. It says here he caught a dark curse with his bare hand. He did. That's not supposed to be possible. That's like catching a bullet. Apparently no one told him that. Andromeda set down her teacup with perhaps more force than necessary. The question isn't what Arcturus can do. It's what comes next. Malfoy won't forgive this humiliation. He'll strike back somehow. Let him try. Harry turned the page. Whatever he does, it'll be indirect. He can't challenge us again without looking desperate. There are other ways to hurt someone besides duels. Harry knew that. He'd been thinking about it all morning, the ways Malfoy might retaliate, the vectors of attack available to him. Political maneuvering. Financial pressure. Social manipulation. A man like Lucius Malfoy had options. But so did Harry. I want to talk to Narcissa, he said. Andromeda choked on her tea. What? Narcissa. I want to arrange a meeting with her. Privately. Why in Merlin's name would you want to do that? Because she's the key to all of this. Harry set down the prophet, meeting Andromeda's eyes. Her husband just lost badly. His reputation is damaged, his authority undermined. Right now, she's more afraid than she's ever been. And you want to capitalize on that? I want to offer her an alternative. Harry leaned forward. Think about it. Narcissa's situation is impossible. Her black heritage is gone, she can never get that back, and without it, she's vulnerable. Her husband sees her as damaged goods. Her son is growing up in a house full of poison and hate. What if I gave her a way out? A way out how? Protection for Draco. Not restoring Narcissa, I won't do that, she made her choices, but guaranteeing her son won't be destroyed by his father's mistakes. Harry paused. In exchange for information. Everything she knows about the Covenant, about Malfoy's allies, about the networks that serve dark wizards in Britain. Andromeda was silent for a long moment. Her expression cycled through several emotions, surprise, concern, calculation, before settling on something like respect. That's incredibly manipulative, she finally said. Is it wrong? Not necessarily. But it's dangerous. If Narcissa tells Lucius about the meeting, he'll use it against you. Claim you're trying to seduce his wife to your side, break up his family, whatever narrative serves him. Then we make sure she has more to lose by betraying me than by helping me. Harry smiled slightly. Arcturus taught me something useful. Everyone has leverage. You just have to find it. I'm not sure whether to be proud or horrified. Can't it be both? Andromeda laughed despite herself. Fine. I'll arrange the meeting. But I'm coming with you. I wouldn't have it any other way. The meeting took place 3 days later, in a private room at the Leaky Cauldron. Narcissa arrived exactly on time, dressed in robes of deep green that set off her pale features. Without the black family magic, she looked diminished, somehow. Still beautiful, still poised, but fragile in a way she hadn't been before. She stopped short when she saw Harry, her expression flickering with emotions too complex to read. Lord Potterblack. Her voice was controlled, giving nothing away. An unexpected invitation. Lady Malfoy. Harry gestured to the chair across from him. Thank you for coming. I almost didn't. She sat, her movements precise and careful. Do you know what my husband would do if he learned about this meeting? Something unpleasant, I imagine. That's why we're meeting in a warded private room with surveillance charms disabled. Harry met her eyes. What happens here stays between us. Bold words. How can I trust them? You can't. But I suspect you'll take the risk anyway, because you're desperate. Harry kept his voice neutral, factual. Your husband blames you for his humiliation at the gathering. Without your black connections, he sees you as a liability. And you're terrified about what that means for your son. Narcissa's composure cracked, just slightly. You know nothing about my son. I know he's 8 years old, same as me. I know he's being raised in a house where politics matter more than family. And I know that if his father decides Draco is better served by a different mother, perhaps a remarriage to someone with more useful connections, there's very little you could do to stop it. The silence stretched. Narcissa's face had gone pale. What do you want? She finally asked. Information. Everything you know about the Covenant of Morgana, their members, their plans, their resources. Everything you know about your husband's alliances, his business dealings, his secrets. Harry paused. Everything useful. And in exchange? Protection for Draco. Not from you, you're his mother, that bond isn't something I can touch. But from everyone else. I give you my word as Lord Black that no harm will come to your son through my actions or the actions of my allies. If Lucius falls, if your family collapses, Draco will have a place. A place with you. A place somewhere safe. With people who will raise him to be better than his father. Harry leaned forward. I met him at the gathering. We talked. He's not evil, Narcissa. He's just a scared kid trying to live up to expectations that no one should have to meet. Something shifted in Narcissa's expression. The hard mask softened, revealing the mother underneath. You would protect him? Even after everything my family has done to yours? My parents died fighting a war against hate. If I let that hate define me, if I punish children for their parents' sins, then everything they died for means nothing. Harry extended his hand. I'm offering you a choice, Narcissa. The same choice everyone gets eventually. You can cling to the darkness that's destroying you, or you can reach for something different. Narcissa stared at his hand. The moment stretched, weighted with years of history and hurt. Then, slowly, she reached out and took it. The Covenant, she began, her voice barely above a whisper. They approached Lucius 3 months ago, right after you cast me out. They offered him resources, allies, a path back to power. In exchange for his loyalty, and his son. Harry's blood went cold. His son. Draco is the heir to the Malfoy fortune. But more importantly, he's the grandson of a Black, my father was Cygnus Black, direct line. The Covenant believes that through Draco, they can reclaim what you took from them. Narcissa's grip tightened on Harry's hand. They want to raise him as one of them. Turn him into their weapon. And Lucius agreed. He's considering it. The power they're offering is substantial. And after what happened at the gathering, he's more desperate than ever. Narcissa's eyes found Harry's. Please. Whatever else you do, don't let them have my son. Don't let them turn him into a monster. Harry heard the raw desperation in her voice. Saw the mother who had spent years pretending everything was fine while her world crumbled around her. I won't, he said. I promise. He didn't know how he would keep that promise. But he knew, with absolute certainty, that he would find a way. The weeks that followed were a blur of activity. Narcissa's information proved invaluable. Names, dates, locations, a map of the shadow network that supported the Covenant and its allies. Harry shared it with Arcturus, who began dismantling the network piece by piece. Bank accounts were frozen. Properties were seized through legal technicalities. Key figures found themselves facing investigations for crimes they'd thought long forgotten. The Covenant's support structure wasn't destroyed, but it was significantly weakened. And through it all, Harry continued his training. Again. Arcturus's voice was relentless. Your shield failed on the left side. Again. Harry raised his wand, sweat dripping into his eyes, every muscle screaming in protest. They'd been at this for 3 hours, endless repetitions of the same defensive sequence, until Harry could execute it in his sleep. Protego. The shield snapped into place, silver white and humming with power. Arcturus circled it, probing for weaknesses, finding none. Better. Now maintain it while casting offensive spells. Harry took a deep breath, held the shield with one part of his mind, and began firing hexes with the other. It was like juggling while running, technically possible, but incredibly difficult. His concentration wavered and the shield flickered. Focus. Arcturus barked. In combat, you won't have the luxury of single tasks. Your enemies will attack from multiple angles simultaneously. You must be able to defend and attack at the same time. Harry gritted his teeth and pushed harder. The shield stabilized. His hexes flew faster, more accurate. He felt the two streams of magic flowing through him, separate but connected, both drawing from the same well of power. For one perfect moment, everything clicked into place. Then the moment passed, his concentration broke, and the shield collapsed. Harry fell to his knees, gasping. 6 seconds, Arcturus said. Better than yesterday's 4. We'll work up to sustained performance. How long did it take you to learn this? Years. But you don't have years. Arcturus crouched beside him, his voice uncharacteristically gentle. 5 months until the Covenant's deadline. You've made remarkable progress, but there's still so much more to learn. Will it be enough? I don't know. Arcturus helped him to his feet. But we'll do everything possible to make sure it is. Harry nodded, catching his breath. 5 months. 150 days to become something more than he was. It would have to be enough. Because the alternative was unthinkable. The test came sooner than anyone expected. 3 months before the Covenant's deadline, in the depths of February's cold, a message arrived at the Tonks household. It was not delivered by owl or raven or any normal means. It simply appeared on the kitchen table during breakfast, words burning themselves into existence on blank parchment: Lord Potterblack. The time for games has ended. We have someone you care about. Come to the old kirkyard in Little Hangleton at midnight. Come alone. Or she dies. Harry stared at the words, his heart turning to ice. She. Andromeda's voice was sharp with fear. Who do they mean? Where's Dora? At school. Ted was already moving toward the fireplace. I'll contact Hogwarts immediately, wait. Harry's voice was calm, terribly calm. They said she. Dora's at Hogwarts, protected by Dumbledore's wards. Who else would they target? The answer hit them all at the same moment. Augusta Longbottom had been scheduled to meet with Andromeda that morning. She hadn't arrived. No, Andromeda breathed. They wouldn't dare, they would. Harry was already moving, summoning his cloak and wand. She's my proxy. Taking her sends a message. Harry, you can't go alone. That's exactly what they want. I know. Harry paused at the door, turning to face them. But I can't let her die. Not for me. Not like this. Then we come with you. All of us. If you do, they'll kill her anyway. The message was clear: come alone, or she dies. Harry's jaw tightened. I have to do this myself. Harry, contact Arcturus. Tell him where I've gone. If I'm not back by dawn. He trailed off. They all knew what that meant. Before anyone could stop him, he disapparated. Little Hangleton was a village that had seen better days. Harry appeared on the outskirts, the old kirkyard visible in the moonlight ahead. Crumbling tombstones cast long shadows. An ancient yew tree twisted above the entrance, its branches reaching like grasping fingers. He could feel them watching. Eyes in the darkness, waiting for him to make a mistake. Show no fear, he told himself. They're testing you. Don't give them the satisfaction. He walked forward, past the iron gates, into the graveyard proper. The magic here was thick, oppressive, residue from rituals performed over centuries. This place had been used for dark purposes long before Voldemort made it his headquarters. Lord Potterblack. The voice came from everywhere and nowhere. You came alone. How, trusting. I came because you threatened someone under my protection. Harry kept his voice steady. Where is Augusta Longbottom? Safe. For now. A figure emerged from behind a massive tombstone, tall, hooded, features hidden in shadow. Whether she remains so depends entirely on you. What do you want? The same thing we've always wanted. The House of Black restored to its proper purpose. The ancient bloodlines preserved. The magical world cleansed of contamination. The figure moved closer, and Harry caught a glimpse of glacier blue eyes beneath the hood. Rosier. You've resisted our message. Rejected our overtures. Perhaps a more direct demonstration is required. More figures emerged from the shadows. 5, 10, 15, robed and masked, wands drawn, forming a circle around Harry. The Covenant, gathered in force. You're surrounded, Lord Potter Black. Outmatched. There is no escape, no rescue coming. Rosier's voice was almost gentle. But we don't wish to destroy you. You're valuable, more valuable than you know. Your blood, your power, your position. All of it could serve the Covenant's purpose. Serve you, you mean? Serve something greater than yourself. The eternal struggle for purity, for preservation, for the protection of all that makes us magical. Rosier reached up and lowered his hood, revealing that ancient, marble-carved face. Join us, Harry Potter. Kneel before the Covenant, and we will spare your friends, your family, everyone you care about. Resist, and watch them all die. Harry looked around at the circle of enemies. 15 against 1. Experienced dark wizards against an 8-year-old boy, no matter how well trained. The odds were impossible. He smiled. You know, he said conversationally, Arcturus told me something interesting about the Covenant. He said you're patient. That you plan in decades, not days. That you never act without absolute certainty of success. Lord Black spoke truly. Then explain something to me. Harry's smile widened. If you're so patient, so careful, so certain, why did you give me a year to prepare? Rosier's expression flickered. What do you mean? I mean you could have killed me the day I claimed the Lordship. Sent an assassin, arranged an accident, made me disappear. But instead, you sent a message. Gave me a deadline. Told me exactly when you were coming. We wanted to give you a chance to prove yourself. No. You wanted me to be scared. Wanted me to spend a year looking over my shoulder, jumping at shadows. Harry shook his head. But that's not what happened. Instead of cowering, I trained. I learned. I built alliances. You gave me the time I needed to become dangerous. You think you're dangerous? Rosier laughed. You're a child, Lord Potter Black. Powerful, perhaps. Precocious, certainly. But a child nonetheless. You're right. Harry reached into his robes, his fingers closing around something warm and familiar. I am a child. But I'm a child who paid attention. He pulled out the object, a small mirror, twin to the one Arcturus carried. Now, he said. The graveyard exploded into chaos. They came from every direction at once. Arcturus, materializing from shadow with black fire already streaming from his wand. Andromeda, her spells precise and devastating. Ted Tonks, less powerful but no less determined. And behind them, a dozen Aurors. Augusta Longbottom's grandson Neville had notified the Ministry the moment he learned of his grandmother's kidnapping. The Covenant scattered, their careful formation breaking under the sudden assault. Harry dove for cover as curses flew overhead, his shield snapping up to deflect a stray hex. Get to Augusta. Andromeda shouted. She's in the tomb to the east. Harry ran, weaving between tombstones as the battle raged around him. He could feel the family magic surging through him, responding to his need, guiding his steps. The tomb was old, its door hanging open. Inside, Augusta Longbottom sat bound to a chair, her face bruised but her eyes blazing with fury. About time, she snapped as Harry skidded to a halt. I was beginning to think you'd abandon me. Never. Harry cut her bonds with a quick spell. Can you walk? I can do considerably more than walk. Augusta rose, her vulture hat askew but her dignity intact. Give me a wand. Any wand. Harry pressed a spare into her hand, one of Arcturus's, left with him for emergencies. Augusta's eyes widened at the feel of it. Black's wand? He said you'd appreciate the irony. Despite everything, Augusta laughed. They emerged from the tomb together, into a graveyard transformed into a battlefield. The Aurors were holding their own, but the Covenant wizards were powerful, experienced, fighting with the desperation of true believers. And at the center of it all, Arcturus faced Rosier. The two ancient wizards circled each other, their wands tracing patterns of light and shadow in the air. Harry could feel the power building between them, pressure mounting toward an explosion. You should have stayed dead, Arcturus. Rosier's voice was cold. The Covenant would have honored your memory. The Covenant can rot. Arcturus's silver eyes blazed. You've corrupted everything the old families were supposed to stand for. Power for its own sake. Purity as an excuse for cruelty. You're worse than Voldemort, at least he was honest about his evil. Evil? Rosier laughed. We're trying to save our world, old man. From contamination. From decay. From the slow death of everything that makes us magical. You're trying to preserve your power by any means necessary. Don't dress it up in noble language. They clashed, not with spells, but with raw magic, wills colliding in a contest that transcended ordinary dueling. The air between them warped, reality bending under the strain. Harry watched, unable to look away, unable to interfere. This was beyond him, beyond almost everyone present. Two masters of magic, fighting a battle that would determine the future. Then Rosier did something unexpected. He stopped fighting. For a single heartbeat, his defenses dropped. Arcturus's magic slammed into him, tearing through the opening, and Rosier smiled. Got you, he whispered. The trap sprung. Magic erupted from the ground beneath Arcturus's feet, prepared runes, hidden for centuries, waiting for exactly this moment. Black light engulfed the old lord, binding him, draining him, pulling him down. No. Harry moved without thinking, his own magic reaching for Arcturus. But he was too far away, too slow, Augusta's hand closed on his arm. Don't, she said sharply. It's a trap. If you touch that magic, it'll take you too. I can't just watch him die. You can, and you will. Augusta's voice was iron. Arcturus knew this was a possibility. He accepted the risk. Harry watched in horror as his great-grandfather fell to his knees, the black light consuming him. Rosier stood over the old lord, triumphant, ancient hunger burning in his glacier eyes. The House of Black ends tonight, Rosier declared. First the old lord. Then the young pretender. Then everyone foolish enough to stand with them. You're forgetting something. Arcturus's voice was weak, but somehow amused. I'm not the Lord Black. His eyes found Harry across the battlefield. He is. Arcturus raised his hand. The Black family ring, the silver and onyx band that had been on his finger since long before Harry was born, flew from his finger, sailing through the chaos of battle toward Harry. Harry caught it instinctively. The moment the ring touched his skin, he felt it, a surge of power unlike anything he'd experienced before. Not just the Black family magic, but all of it. Every lord's accumulated power, centuries of strength, flowing through the ring and into him. His vision went white. His body went rigid. And somewhere deep inside him, something ancient and vast woke up. Lord Black, the voices said. We answer your call. What would you have us do? Harry looked at Rosier. At the monster who had threatened his family, kidnapped his ally, tried to destroy everything he cared about. I want him gone, Harry thought. I want them all gone. The power answered. Later, Harry would struggle to describe what happened next. The black family magic erupted from him in a wave of silver-black energy, sweeping across the graveyard like a tide. Covenant wizards screamed as it hit them, not killing, but marking, branding them with shadows that would never fade. Rosier tried to flee, tried to escape, but the magic knew him. It wrapped around him, dragged him down, held him in place as Harry walked toward him through the chaos. What are you? Rosier gasped. What have you become? I'm the Lord Black. Harry's voice echoed strangely, layered with other voices, other generations. And you're done. He raised his hand. The magic responded, lifting Rosier from the ground, suspending him in the air. I could kill you, Harry said. Right now, right here, and no one would blame me. After everything you've done, everything you've planned, you deserve it. Then do it. Rosier's voice was ragged but defiant. Prove you're no different from us. Harry considered it. The power was there, waiting, eager to be used. One thought, and Rosier would cease to exist. But Harry remembered Arcturus's words. Hold on to that worry. It's what separates you from me. No, he said finally. You don't get to die a martyr. You get to live in disgrace. He released Rosier, letting the ancient wizard fall to the ground. The shadows remained, marking him, ensuring everyone who saw him would know exactly what he was. The covenant is finished, Harry announced, his voice carrying across the now silent graveyard. Anyone who continues to serve it will be marked like your leader. Anyone who repents will be given one chance to walk away. Choose wisely. The remaining covenant members looked at each other, at Rosier's writhing form, at the 8-year-old boy who had just defeated their ancient master. One by one, they lowered their wands. Dawn was breaking over Little Hangleton when the Aurors finally finished securing the prisoners. Harry sat on a tombstone, exhausted beyond words, watching the sunrise paint the sky in shades of pink and gold. The power had receded, flowing back into the ring, leaving him drained but somehow more whole than before. Andromeda found him there, her face dirty and her robes torn, but alive. Gloriously alive. It's over, she said quietly. Rosier is in custody. The Covenant's inner circle has been captured or scattered. You did it, Harry. Arcturus did it. He sacrificed himself to. Harry stopped, his voice catching. Is he? He's alive. Barely. Andromeda sat beside him, putting an arm around his shoulders. The healers say it'll take months for him to recover. The trap nearly killed him. But it didn't. No. It didn't. She squeezed him gently. You saved him, Harry. That wave of magic you released, it disrupted Rosier's trap long enough for us to pull Arcturus free. Harry nodded slowly, processing. He'd thought he was just attacking the Covenant. But the family magic had known what he really wanted, to protect, not destroy. Maybe that was the difference. Maybe that's what the voices had recognized in him. Harry. Andromeda's voice was serious. What happened tonight, the things you did, people are going to have questions. The ministry, the press, everyone. An 8-year-old channeling the full power of an ancient house, that's never happened before. I know. They're going to be afraid of you. Some will want to use you. Others will want to destroy you before you become a threat. I know. Harry watched the sun climb higher. But I'm done being afraid. Done letting other people decide who I am or what I'm capable of. He looked at her. I'm Harry Potter. I'm Lord Black. And anyone who doesn't like that can deal with me. Andromeda studied him for a long moment. Then she smiled, a real smile, warm and proud. Lily would be so proud of you, she said softly. They both would. Harry felt something loosen in his chest. Something he'd been carrying since before he could remember. "Thank you," he whispered. "For everything." They sat together in the growing light, watching the day begin. The covenant was broken. Arcturus was alive. The immediate danger had passed. But Harry knew, with the certainty that came from the family magic now fully bonded to his soul, that this was just the beginning. Greater challenges lay ahead. Greater enemies. Greater tests. But for now, for this one moment, it was enough to sit in the sunlight and breathe. Tomorrow, the work would continue. Today, they had won. Chapter 4 and Chapter 5, The Breaking of Azkaban. Spring came to Devon in a riot of color. The garden behind the Tonks cottage exploded with flowers, daffodils and tulips, crocuses pushing through the last patches of snow, the apple tree beginning to bud. Harry watched it all from his bedroom window, marveling at how different the world looked when you weren't expecting to die. 3 months had passed since Little Hangleton. 3 months of recovery, of rebuilding, of slowly returning to something like normal. The Covenant's leadership rotted in ministry cells, their organization shattered beyond repair. Rosier himself had been transferred to Azkaban, his magic bound, his influence destroyed. And Arcturus Black was finally awake. "He's asking for you." Andromeda appeared in his doorway, her expression complicated. "The healers say he's strong enough for visitors." Harry had been dreading and anticipating this moment in equal measure. The last time he'd seen his great-grandfather, the old lord had been unconscious on a stretcher, his face gray, his breathing shallow. The healers had warned them he might never wake up. But Arcturus Black was too stubborn to die. The private room at St. Mungo's was smaller than Harry expected, its walls covered in monitoring charms that pulsed with soft light. Arcturus lay propped against pillows, his silver hair spread across the linen, his eyes closed. He looked old. Truly old, in a way he never had before. The trap in Little Hangleton had drained something essential from him, not just magic, but vitality. The man who had terrorized Lucius Malfoy in a formal duel now seemed fragile, diminished. Then his eyes opened, and Harry saw the same sharp intelligence burning there as always. "You look terrible," Arcturus said. His voice was a rasp, but the dry humor was intact. "Have you been sleeping? Have you?" "Touché." The old lord gestured weakly to a chair beside the bed. "Sit. We have much to discuss." Harry sat, studying his great-grandfather's face. "The healers say you'll recover. Eventually. The healers are optimists. But yes, I'll live. Whether I'll ever be what I was." Arcturus shrugged, a shadow of his former eloquence. "That remains to be seen. I'm sorry. If I'd been faster, you did exactly what you needed to do." Arcturus's voice sharpened. "Don't apologize for saving my life, boy. It's beneath both of us." Harry fell silent. The monitoring charms pulsed steadily, filling the room with soft rhythm. "I felt it, you know." Arcturus's voice was quieter now. "When you channeled the full power of the house. I was dying, I could feel myself slipping away, and then suddenly there was you. Blazing like a star in the darkness." He paused. "I've never seen anything like it. Not in a century of life. I don't know how I did it. The ring just responded. Because you're the true lord now. Not a regent, not a placeholder. The magic recognizes you completely." Arcturus studied him with those silver eyes. "Do you understand what that means?" "I'm still figuring it out." "It means the House of Black is yours. Truly yours. To shape, to rebuild, to transform into whatever you believe it should be." Arcturus's lips curved slightly. "I spent decades trying to preserve what we were. You have the chance to decide what we become." Harry thought about that. The weight of it, the responsibility. Generations of Blacks, watching from whatever afterlife awaited them, waiting to see what he would do with their legacy. I want to make it something worth having, he said finally. Not just power for its own sake. Something that helps people. Protects them. A noble goal. Difficult to achieve. Arcturus closed his eyes briefly. But perhaps not impossible. Not for you. They sat in comfortable silence for a while. The monitoring charms pulsed. Outside, Harry could hear the distant sounds of the hospital, footsteps, voices, the occasional magical effect. There's something else, Arcturus said eventually. Something I need to tell you before the healers chase you out. What? Rosier wasn't the only power behind the Covenant. He was their public face, their leader in the material world. But he served something older. Something I glimpsed during his trap. Arcturus's voice dropped. It's still out there, Harry. Whatever it is. Waiting. What did you see? Shadows. Ancient, hungry shadows that predate human magic. The Covenant called them the First Dark, beings that existed before witches and wizards, before even the Fae. Arcturus shuddered slightly. Rosier was trying to bring them back. The purification of magical blood was just the first step in a ritual centuries in the making. Harry felt cold despite the warm room. And with Rosier captured, the ritual is disrupted. Delayed. But not prevented. Arcturus met his eyes. Someone will try to continue his work. Maybe not soon, maybe not for years. But eventually, the First Dark will find another champion. Then I'll stop them too. I believe you will. Or die trying. Arcturus smiled faintly. Either way, the House of Black has finally found an heir worthy of its power. That's more than I ever expected to see. The door opened, admitting a healer with a stern expression. Lord Black needs rest. You can visit again tomorrow. Harry rose, but Arcturus caught his wrist with surprising strength. One more thing, the old lord said. Bellatrix. Harry went still. What about her? She wasn't at Little Hangleton. Wasn't with the Covenant when they fell. Someone helped her escape Azkaban's deepest cells weeks ago, and no one knows where she is. Escape? But I cast her out of the family. She has no protection, no resources, she has something else. Arcturus's grip tightened. Something that sustained her when the black magic was stripped away. I felt it during the trap, when Rosier's magic touched mine. There's a piece of the Dark Lord inside her, Harry. A fragment of his soul. The words hung in the air like poison. Voldemort, Harry breathed. Part of him is still alive. Part of him is in Bellatrix. And through that connection, she's more dangerous than ever. Arcturus released his wrist. Find her before she finds you. Because whatever she's planning, it won't be pleasant. The news spread through the wizarding world like wildfire. Bellatrix Lestrange escapes Azkaban, Ministry in Chaos. Harry read the Prophet's headline over breakfast, his appetite vanishing. The article was light on details, the Ministry clearly didn't know much, but the implications were terrifying. Bellatrix was free. Bellatrix, who had tortured the Longbottoms into madness. Bellatrix, who carried a piece of Voldemort's soul. Bellatrix, who had every reason to want Harry dead. We need to increase security. Andromeda's voice was tight with controlled fear. Ward the house again, contact the Aurors, maybe move to a safe house, running won't help. Harry set down the paper. Bellatrix knows where we live. Knows our routines. If she wants to find us, she will. Then what do you suggest? We find her first. The search began that afternoon. Harry reached out to every contact he'd developed over the past months, Augusta Longbottom and her Ministry connections, the goblins at Gringotts, even Narcissa Malfoy through carefully worded letters. Everyone was looking for Bellatrix. No one could find her. She had simply vanished. It doesn't make sense, Dora said during one of their strategy sessions. She was home from Hogwarts for Easter break, her hair cycling through anxious colors. Bellatrix is insane. She's not subtle. She should be leaving a trail of destruction wherever she goes. Unless she's not insane anymore. Harry stared at the map spread across the table, marked with possible locations and reported sightings, all of which had proven false. Arcturus said the Dark Lord's soul fragment is sustaining her. What if it's also stabilizing her? Making her sane? Making her functional? There's a difference. Harry traced a finger across the map. Sane Bellatrix was one of Voldemort's most effective Death Eaters. Strategic, deadly, patient when she needed to be. If the soul fragment is restoring that version of her, then we're in serious trouble. Andromeda's voice was grim. My sister was terrifying even before Azkaban broke her mind. If she's thinking clearly again, if she's planning instead of just reacting. She didn't finish the thought. She didn't need to. The attack came 3 nights later. Harry was dreaming of shadows when the ward screamed. He was out of bed and moving before he was fully awake, his wand in his hand, his magic rising to meet whatever threat had arrived. The house shook around him, not from impact, but from the force of something pressing against the protective enchantments. Harry. Andromeda's voice, sharp with fear. Stay in your room. He ignored her. Whatever was happening, he wouldn't hide from it. The living room was chaos. Ted stood at the front window, his wand raised, his face pale in the flickering light of stressed wards. Andromeda was at the fireplace, shouting into the flames, calling for backup, Harry realized. Dora was nowhere to be seen. Where's Dora? She went out the back. Ted didn't look away from the window. To flank whatever's attacking. Damn Auror training, the front door exploded inward. Harry raised his shield on instinct, catching the debris before it could tear through the room. Through the ruined doorway, he saw her. Bellatrix Lestrange stood in the garden, her wand raised, her face split by a smile that had haunted his nightmares. She looked different from the wanted posters, cleaner, calmer, her wild hair pulled back from her face. Her eyes burned with a cold intelligence that was somehow worse than madness. Little heir. Her voice carried easily over the howling of damaged wards. Did you miss me? Bellatrix. Harry kept his wand steady, his shield solid. You shouldn't have come here. Shouldn't I? You cast me out, little lord. Stripped me of my name, my magic, my birthright. Did you think I would simply accept that? She laughed, a sound like breaking glass. The House of Black belongs to the faithful. To those who understand its true purpose. Not to half-blood children playing at power. The House of Black belongs to me. The magic recognized my claim. The magic was fooled. But not for long. Bellatrix raised her wand higher. My master is returning, little heir. Not in body, not yet, but in spirit. He speaks to me. Guides me. Tells me what must be done. Voldemort is dead. The Dark Lord is eternal. Her smile widened. And he has such plans for you. She attacked without warning, not with a spell, but with something worse. Shadow erupted from her wand, living darkness that screamed as it flew toward Harry. He felt the wrongness of it, the corruption, the taint of something that shouldn't exist in a sane world. His shield shattered on contact. Harry dove sideways as the shadow stuff tore through where he'd been standing. He came up firing, chains of hexes and curses that would have overwhelmed any normal opponent. Bellatrix batted them aside like flies. Is that the best you can do? She advanced through the ruined doorway, shadows coiling around her like serpents. My master taught me things, little heir. Things that make your black magic look like children's tricks. She raised her hand, and the shadows lunged. Harry called on the family magic, felt it answer, rising to meet the darkness. Silver-black power flowed through him, forming a barrier against the attacking shadows. For a moment, they held each other at stalemate, light against dark, air against exile. Then Bellatrix pushed, and Harry felt himself sliding backward. She was stronger than him. The soul fragment gave her access to power that shouldn't be possible, magic that violated every natural law. He couldn't match her force against force. So he stopped trying. Instead of pushing back, Harry stepped sideways, through the shadow, using the Black family's ancient gift of shadow walking. Bellatrix's attack swept through empty air as Harry materialized behind her. Stupefy. The spell caught her in the back, staggering her forward. But it didn't drop her, the shadows absorbed most of the impact, dissipating the magic before it could take hold. Clever. Bellatrix turned, her smile unchanged. But not clever enough. The shadows reformed around her, larger than before, hungrier. Harry felt the cold of them pressing against his skin, felt the whisper of ancient malice at the edge of his mind. Join us, the darkness seemed to say. Join us, and know true power. He pushed the voice away. Reached deeper into the family magic, searching for something, anything, that could turn the tide. And found it. The Black family had secrets. Dark secrets, terrible secrets, things that generations of lords had hidden away rather than let the world know. Harry had only glimpsed them in his training, never explored their depths. Now, with no other choice, he reached for one of those secrets. Blood calls to blood, the family magic whispered. She was ours. She can be ours again. Harry understood. Bellatrix had been cast out, yes, but the connection wasn't completely severed. Some trace remained, had to remain, for the exile to mean anything. And that trace could be used. He reached out with his magic, not attacking but calling. Reaching for the part of Bellatrix that was still black, still connected to the family she'd betrayed. Bellatrix screamed. The shadows around her flickered, destabilized by the competing claims on her magic. The soul fragment fought to maintain control, but it was a foreign presence, parasitic. The black blood was hers, had been hers since birth. What are you doing? Her voice cracked, her composure finally breaking. Stop, you can't, I'm Lord Black. Harry's voice resonated with power that wasn't entirely his own. And I'm taking back what's mine. He pulled. The connection between Bellatrix and the soul fragment wasn't severed, Harry didn't have the power for that, but it was disrupted. The shadows collapsed, dissipating into nothing. Bellatrix fell to her knees, gasping, suddenly diminished. And in that moment of vulnerability, Dora struck. She came through the back door like a hurricane, her wand blazing with stunner after stunner. Bellatrix managed to block the first two, but the third caught her square in the chest. She collapsed. Silence. The ruined house seemed to hold its breath. Then Andromeda was at Harry's side, her hands on his shoulders, her voice asking if he was hurt. Ted was securing Bellatrix with magical restraints. Dora stood over the fallen witch, her wand still raised, her face pale but triumphant. Harry. Andromeda's voice was shaking. What did you do? Harry looked at his hands. They were trembling, but not from fear. The power was still there, still flowing through him, eager to be used again. What I had to, he said quietly. What I had to. The Aurors arrived within minutes, Augusta's doing, Harry learned later. She'd been monitoring the situation remotely and had dispatched a team the moment the wards fell. They took Bellatrix into custody with extreme caution, surrounding her with suppression fields and binding her magic with chains of enchanted silver. Even unconscious, she radiated menace. You did well. Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, had come personally to oversee the capture. She was a stern woman with a monocle and no patience for nonsense. Defeating Bellatrix Lestrange is not a small thing, Lord Potterblack. Experienced Aurors have failed where you succeeded. I had help. You had family. Bones's expression softened slightly. That's the same thing, in the end. She glanced at the ruined cottage, at the damage that would take weeks to repair. We'll provide security while your home is rebuilt. And I'll personally ensure Bellatrix reaches Azkaban's deepest cells. She won't escape again. Harry nodded, but doubt gnawed at him. The soul fragment was still inside Bellatrix. As long as it existed, she would remain dangerous. But that was a problem for later. For now, he was exhausted, drained, running on nothing but adrenaline and willpower. Go rest, Andromeda said softly. We'll handle the details. Harry wanted to argue, but his body made the decision for him. His knees buckled, and only Ted's quick reflexes kept him from hitting the floor. Easy there. Ted's voice was warm despite the chaos around them. You've done enough for one night. Harry let himself be led to the one undamaged bedroom, let himself be tucked into bed like the child he still technically was. The sounds of repairs and official business faded into background noise as exhaustion claimed him. His last thought before sleep took him was of the darkness he'd felt during the fight. The whisper at the edge of his mind, promising power. Join us, and know true power. He hadn't joined. He'd resisted, found another way. But the offer was still there. Would always be there. And Harry wondered, in the depths of his exhaustion, how many times he could refuse before the darkness stopped asking nicely. Recovery took longer than expected. The cottage was rebuilt within a week, magic made construction trivially fast, but the psychological damage lingered. Dora had nightmares about shadows for months afterward. Ted jumped at sudden noises. Even Andromeda, the strongest of them all, showed cracks in her composure that Harry had never seen before. And Harry himself. Harry was different. The fight with Bellatrix had changed something inside him. The family magic, which had always been a tool he used consciously, now flowed through him constantly. He could feel the shadows at the edge of every room, sense the darkness that existed beneath the surface of the world. It wasn't unpleasant, not exactly. But it was unsettling, a constant reminder of what he'd become. You're adapting, Arcturus said during one of Harry's visits to St. Mungo's. The old lord was recovering slowly, now able to sit up and feed himself, though full mobility remained distant. The magic is integrating more deeply than I've ever seen. You're becoming something new, Harry. Something that hasn't existed before. Is that good or bad? I honestly don't know. Arcturus studied him with those silver eyes. But I suspect we'll find out. Summer came. Harry turned 9, celebrating quietly with the Tonks family and a few close allies. Augusta Longbottom attended, bringing her grandson Neville, a round-faced boy who was terrified of Harry at first but warmed up over the course of the afternoon. You're the one who saved Gran, Neville said shyly. She talks about you all the time. She saved herself, mostly. I just helped with the distraction. That's not what she says. Neville fidgeted with his cake fork. She says you're the bravest person she's ever met. And Gran doesn't say things like that lightly. Harry didn't know how to respond. He didn't feel brave, he felt like a kid who kept getting thrown into situations no kid should face, and kept surviving through some combination of luck, training, and stubbornness. But maybe that was what bravery looked like from the inside. Do you want to see the garden? Harry asked, changing the subject. Dora's been growing some weird plants. I think some of them might be illegal. Neville's eyes lit up. Really? What kind? They spent the rest of the afternoon examining Dora's botanical experiments, which did indeed include several specimens that probably shouldn't exist in a civilized garden. Neville proved to have extensive knowledge of magical plants, identifying species that Harry had never heard of and explaining their properties with genuine enthusiasm. By the time the Longbottoms left, Harry felt like he'd made his first real friend. Autumn brought news from multiple fronts. The Covenant's remaining members had scattered across Europe, their organization truly destroyed. Rosier languished in Azkaban, his magic bound, his influence nullified. The threat they'd posed was over. But other threats emerged to take their place. The ministry is concerned about you, Augusta reported during one of her regular briefings. Harry had started attending these sessions as his proxy relationship with her developed, learning the intricacies of politics, the unspoken rules that governed wizarding society. Your display of power against Bellatrix has not gone unnoticed. I was defending my family. You channeled magic that most wizards couldn't access in their lifetimes. You disrupted a soul fragment, something that shouldn't even be possible. And you did it all at 9 years old. Augusta's expression was complicated. Some see you as a savior. Others see you as a threat. The ministry is trying to decide which you are. What do you think? I think you're a child who's been forced to grow up too fast, wielding power that no one fully understands. Augusta met his eyes. I also think you're the best hope this world has against the darkness that's coming. Voldemort's soul fragments, the first dark, whatever else is out there, you're the one who can face them. That's a lot of pressure to put on a kid. Yes. It is. Augusta didn't apologize. But pressure makes diamonds, Lord Potterblack. And I suspect you're going to shine very brightly indeed. Winter arrived with unexpected visitors. Harry was in the middle of his afternoon training, occlumency exercises with a tutor Augusta had recommended, when Andromeda interrupted with news that made his heart stop. Sirius Black has been declared innocent. Harry stared at her. What? The evidence from the Covenant's files, it included records from the First War. Apparently Rosier had documentation proving that Peter Pettigrew was the Potter's secret keeper, not Sirius. Andromeda's voice was shaking. He's been in Azkaban for 8 years for a crime he didn't commit. And now? He's being released. Today. Andromeda took a breath. He's your godfather, Harry. Your parents named him in their will. Legally, he has the right to claim guardianship. The world seemed to tilt beneath Harry's feet. A godfather. Someone connected to his parents, someone who had loved them, someone who had been punished for their deaths for nearly a decade. I want to meet him. Are you sure? He's been in Azkaban for 8 years. The Dementors, they affect people. He might not be the man your parents knew. I don't care. Harry's voice was firm. He's family. Real family. I have to meet him. Andromeda studied him for a long moment. Then she nodded. I'll arrange it. Sirius Black looked like death warmed over. He sat in a private room at St. Mungo's, the same ward where Arcturus still recovered, though they were carefully kept apart, wrapped in blankets, his face gaunt, his hair hanging in matted tangles. But his eyes, when they met Harry's, were alive. Desperately, painfully alive. Harry. His voice was a rasp, barely audible. Merlin, you look just like James. Except the eyes, those are Lily's eyes. You knew my parents. Knew them? I was practically their brother. James and I, we were inseparable. And Lily. Sirius's expression twisted with grief. She was the best of us. The heart that held us together. Harry sat across from him, studying this stranger who was somehow family. They made you my godfather. They trusted me. Sirius's voice cracked. And I failed them. I switched the secret keeper, thought it would be clever, that no one would suspect Peter. I was so sure he was loyal. He buried his face in his hands. He sold them out. Sold them to Voldemort for whatever scraps of power the monster offered. And I spent 8 years in hell while everyone thought I was the traitor. It wasn't your fault. Wasn't it? I made the suggestion. I trusted the wrong person. James and Lily are dead because of my mistake. Sirius looked up, his eyes red. And you grew up with those muggles who treated you like dirt. While I rotted in Azkaban, you were being abused. I should have been there. Should have protected you. You couldn't have known. I should have. The self-loathing in his voice was painful to hear. I should have done everything differently. Should have been the secret keeper myself, should have made sure Dumbledore checked on you, should have. He trailed off, overcome. Harry reached across the space between them and took Sirius's hand. It was thin, bony, trembling with weakness. But it was warm. Alive. You're here now, Harry said quietly. That's what matters. Sirius stared at him. Something shifted in his expression, hope, maybe, or the ghost of it. You don't hate me? For what? Trusting a friend? Making a mistake? Harry shook his head. My parents trusted you enough to make you my godfather. That's good enough for me. For a long moment, Sirius couldn't speak. Tears streamed down his gaunt cheeks, disappearing into his tangled beard. Then, slowly, his hand tightened around Harry's. I'll make it up to you, he whispered. I don't know how, but I will. I'll be the godfather James wanted me to be. I'll protect you, support you, be there for you. I swear it. I know you will. Harry smiled slightly. But first, you need to recover. You look terrible. Sirius laughed, a broken sound, but genuine. You really are Lily's son. She always did tell the uncomfortable truths. Someone has to. They sat together as the winter light faded, two broken people beginning to build something new from the wreckage of the past. Harry didn't know if Sirius could be the godfather he'd always needed. Didn't know if either of them could truly heal from everything they'd been through. But for the first time since learning his parents were wizards, Harry felt connected to them. Through Sirius, they became real, not legends or photographs, but people who had lived and loved and made mistakes. It was a beginning. Spring returned, and with it, change. Sirius's recovery was slow but steady. Unlike Arcturus, who had been damaged by dark magic, Sirius's wounds were primarily psychological. The mind healers worked with him daily, helping him process 8 years of Dementor exposure. Some days were better than others. On the good days, he told Harry stories. Stories about James and his incredible talent on a broomstick. Stories about Lily and her fierce intellect, her kindness, her temper. Stories about their time at Hogwarts, the pranks they'd pulled, the adventures they'd had. Harry drank it all in, building a picture of the parents he'd never known. James would be so proud of you, Sirius said during one of these sessions. Everything you've done, claiming the Lordships, fighting the Covenant, protecting your family. That's exactly what he would have wanted for you. And my mum? Lily would probably be yelling at everyone who let you get into those situations in the first place. Sirius grinned. But underneath the yelling, she'd be proud too. You've got her heart, Harry. Her determination to do the right thing, no matter the cost. The Wizengamot officially confirmed Harry's lordships in a formal ceremony that May. It was a tedious affair, hours of speeches and rituals and magical oaths, but necessary. When it was over, Harry was legally recognized as Lord Potterblack, with all the rights and responsibilities that entailed. He was 10 years old. One more year, Andromeda said after the ceremony, her voice soft. One more year, and you'll be at Hogwarts. Finally getting to be a normal student. I don't think normal is ever going to apply to me. Probably not. But you can pretend, at least for a while. She smoothed his hair, a gesture of maternal affection that still made something warm bloom in his chest. You've earned some peace, Harry. Try to enjoy it. Peace. It seemed like such a foreign concept. For the past 2 years, Harry had been fighting constantly, for survival, for justice, for the right to simply exist. The idea of stepping back, letting others handle the problems of the world. What about Bellatrix? He asked. The soul fragment is still inside her. Arcturus said Voldemort might return. Arcturus is working on it. He's been researching ways to destroy soul fragments, there are references in the Black Library, apparently. Andromeda's expression tightened. And the Ministry is keeping Bellatrix under the highest possible security. If she escapes again, it won't be because anyone was careless. But nothing. Andromeda's voice was firm. You're a child, Harry. A remarkable child, but a child nonetheless. You've done more than anyone should have asked of you. Let the adults handle things for a while. Harry wanted to argue. But looking at Andromeda's face, seeing the exhaustion there, the worry, the desperate hope that he might actually have a chance at something like childhood, he couldn't. Okay, he said quietly. I'll try. The summer of Harry's 10th year was the closest thing to normal he'd ever experienced. He flew with Dora almost every day, improving his already prodigious skills on a broomstick. He visited Neville at Longbottom Manor, the two of them exploring the extensive greenhouse and getting into mild trouble. He even managed a few quiet afternoons of reading, something he'd never had time for before. Sirius joined them in August, finally well enough to leave St. Mungo's care. He moved into Grimmauld Place, which Harry had decided to keep as the Black family seat, despite its dark history, and began the long process of making it livable. This place was always gloomy, Sirius said, ripping down moth-eaten curtains with vindictive pleasure. But my mother made it worse after my father died. Thought she could preserve the family's greatness by turning it into a museum of misery. Your mother? Walburga Black. My grandfather Arcturus's daughter. She died a few years after I went to prison, good riddance. Sirius's expression was dark. She made my childhood hell, Harry. Called me blood traitor, threatened to disown me, said I was a disgrace to the family name. Then when I became friends with James, with the other Gryffindors who didn't care about blood purity. He shook his head. She followed through. Cast me out at 16. Harry thought about his own experience with the Dursleys. Different circumstances, but the same fundamental cruelty, being rejected by the people who were supposed to love you. You're not a disgrace, he said. You're one of the best people I've ever met. Sirius froze, the curtain he'd been wrestling with falling from his hands. When he spoke, his voice was rough. James used to say things like that. When I was feeling sorry for myself, he'd just say something that cut through all the darkness. He turned to Harry, his eyes bright. You really are his son. I'm trying to be. You're succeeding. Sirius crossed the room and pulled Harry into a hug, the first real hug he'd received from his godfather. It was awkward, unpracticed, but genuine. Thank you, Harry. For not giving up on me. For giving me a second chance. Harry hugged him back, feeling something settle into place in his chest. Another piece of the family he was building. Another connection to the parents he'd lost. That's what family does, he said quietly. We don't give up on each other. The letter arrived on Harry's 11th birthday. He was in the middle of breakfast, chocolate cake, because Dora insisted birthday breakfasts required chocolate, when the owl swept through the window and dropped a thick envelope onto his plate. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Harry had known this was coming. Had been preparing for it, in fact, for the past year. But seeing the letter in his hands, reading the familiar words, Dear Lord Potterblack, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted, made it suddenly real. He was going to Hogwarts. To the school where his parents had met, where they'd fallen in love, where they'd become the people who had given their lives for him. Well? Dora demanded. Are you going to just stare at it, or are you going to react? Harry looked up at the assembled family, Andromeda and Ted, beaming with pride. Sirius, looking emotional. Dora, practically vibrating with excitement. I'm going to Hogwarts, he said, and the smile that spread across his face was the most genuine he'd felt in years. The preparation for Hogwarts was extensive. There were supplies to purchase, robes and books and a wand he didn't technically need, since he'd been using the Potter family wand for years, but tradition was tradition. There were arrangements to make, who would oversee his lordship duties while he was away, how he would stay in contact with his various allies and responsibilities. And there were conversations to have. "You'll be a target at Hogwarts," Arcturus warned during their final meeting before the term began. The old lord had recovered enough to walk with a cane, though he tired easily. "Dumbledore will try to guide you. Snape will despise you for your father's legacy. The children of your enemies will scheme against you. I know. Do you? Do you truly understand what you're walking into?" Arcturus's silver eyes were intense. "Hogwarts is not just a school, Harry. It's a political battleground. Every alliance formed there, every friendship made or broken, ripples through the magical world for generations. Then I'll make the right alliances. Form the right friendships." Harry met his great-grandfather's gaze steadily. "I've fought the Covenant. I've defeated Bellatrix. I think I can handle a bunch of 11-year-olds. Arcturus studied him for a long moment. Then, unexpectedly, he laughed. "Perhaps you can at that." The old lord shook his head. "You never cease to amaze me, Harry Potter. Never cease to exceed my expectations. I try. You succeed." Arcturus placed a hand on his shoulder, a rare gesture of affection. "Go to Hogwarts. Learn. Grow. Make your parents proud." His voice softened. "Make me proud. I will. I know you will." Arcturus released him, stepping back. "Now go. You have a train to catch." Platform 9 3/4 was chaos. Students everywhere, parents fussing, trunks being loaded onto the scarlet steam engine. Harry stood at the edge of the crowd, taking it all in, the noise, the excitement, the overwhelming normalcy of it. For the first time in his life, he was just another student. Just another kid heading off to school. Well, not entirely. The whispers started almost immediately, spreading through the platform like wildfire. Harry Potter. The boy who lived. Lord Potter Black. Eyes followed him wherever he walked. Fingers pointed. Voices murmured. Harry ignored them. He'd learned that attention was simply part of his life now, something to be endured, not fought. "You'll be fine." Andromeda hugged him tight, her voice thick with emotion. "Write to us. Visit at Christmas. And don't do anything too reckless." "I'll try." "You'll fail." But she was smiling as she said it. "We love you, Harry. Never forget that." "I won't." Sirius was next, his hug fiercer, more desperate. "If anyone gives you trouble, tell them your godfather is Sirius Black. That should scare them enough to behave. I thought you wanted me to make friends, not terrify everyone." "Why not both?" Sirius grinned, but there was worry underneath it. "Be safe, Harry. And remember, I'm here if you need me. Always." "I know." Dora punched his shoulder hard enough to bruise. "Don't forget about us little people when you're conquering Hogwarts. You're going to be an Auror. You're hardly little people." "Details." She ruffled his hair. "Knock 'em dead, baby brother." Harry boarded the train with a trunk full of supplies, a pocket full of letters, and a heart full of something that felt remarkably like hope. The journey had just begun. The compartment was empty when Harry found it, but it didn't stay that way for long. First came a nervous, round-faced boy who introduced himself as Neville. Recognizing Harry from their previous meetings, his fear transformed into tentative friendship. They talked about plants and families and the nervousness of starting somewhere new. Then came a bushy-haired girl with too many questions, who introduced herself as Hermione Granger and immediately launched into a detailed analysis of every book she'd read about Hogwarts and its history. Harry found her enthusiasm exhausting but genuine, and something in him responded to her obvious intelligence. And finally, as the train pulled out of the station and England began to roll past the windows, a red-haired boy appeared in the doorway. "Excuse me, Everywhere else is full. Mind if he stopped, his eyes going wide. Blimey. You're Harry Potter. I am. Harry smiled slightly. And you are? Ron. Ron Weasley. The boy shuffled into the compartment, looking both terrified and fascinated. Is it true? Do you really have the scar? Harry pushed back his hair, revealing the lightning bolt on his forehead. It's true. Wicked. Ron collapsed into a seat, his nervousness fading into excitement. My brothers told me all about you. Said you defeated a whole cult of dark wizards and everything. That's somewhat exaggerated. Is it? Because I also heard you fought Bellatrix Lestrange and won. That part's true. Ron's eyes went even wider. Neville looked impressed despite having heard some of these stories before. Hermione immediately began asking questions about the magical techniques involved. Harry leaned back, watching his new companions interact, feeling the warmth of their curiosity and acceptance. This was what he'd been fighting for. Not just survival, not just power, but this, the chance to be a kid, to make friends, to experience the normal joys and struggles of growing up. Outside, the English countryside rolled past, green fields and distant hills, the promise of adventure waiting at the end of the journey. Harry Potter was going to Hogwarts. And Hogwarts had no idea what was coming. Chapter 5 and Chapter 6, The Black Dawn. 2 years had passed since Harry Potter first set foot in Hogwarts. 2 years of classes and friendships, of Quidditch matches and midnight adventures, of learning what it meant to be a student instead of a soldier. 2 years that had transformed the traumatized 8-year-old who'd claimed 2 lordships into something approaching a normal teenager. Almost normal, anyway. Harry stood at the window of Gryffindor Tower, watching the sun set over the Black Lake. He was 13 now, taller than he'd been, his features sharpening into something that reminded people uncomfortably of both his parents. The lightning scar was hidden beneath his perpetually messy hair, but the lordship rings gleamed openly on his fingers, gold and silver, Potter and black. You're brooding again. Hermione's voice came from behind him, accompanied by the sound of books being set down with perhaps more force than necessary. You always brood when something's wrong. I'm not brooding. I'm thinking. Same thing, with you. She appeared at his side, her bushy hair pulled back in a practical ponytail, her prefect badge gleaming on her robes. What is it? Harry was silent for a moment, weighing how much to share. Hermione had become one of his closest friends over the past 2 years, she and Ron and Neville forming a core group that had seen him through countless adventures. She'd earned his trust 100 times over. But this was different. Something's coming, he said finally. I can feel it. The family magic has been restless. Warning me. Warning you about what? I don't know yet. But it's big. Harry turned from the window, meeting her eyes. The covenant is broken, but not destroyed. Bellatrix is still in Azkaban, still carrying that soul fragment. And there are forces out there that have been waiting for the right moment to move. You think that moment is coming. I think it's already here. Before Hermione could respond, the door burst open. Ron stumbled through, his face flushed with exertion, his prefect badge askew. Harry, you need to see this. Now. The great hall was in chaos. Students clustered around the enchanted ceiling, which usually displayed peaceful skies but now showed something far more disturbing. Dark clouds swirled overhead, shot through with lightning that wasn't natural. And at the center of the storm, visible to everyone watching, was Azkaban. The fortress prison was under attack. Harry pushed through the crowd, his friends at his back, his mind racing. He could see figures moving around the prison's base, dozens of them, maybe hundreds, their magic lighting up the night in bursts of sickly green and arterial red. Who's attacking Azkaban? Someone shouted. Who would be stupid enough? It's not stupidity. Harry's voice cut through the panic. It's coordination. Look at the pattern of their spells, they're targeting specific wards, specific defenses. Someone gave them a map. But who? Hermione stopped, her face going pale. The Covenant. The ones who escaped. Not just them. Harry watched the assault unfold, his stomach sinking. This is too organized for scattered remnants. Someone's been planning this for years. Building an army in secret. Professor McGonagall appeared, her face grim. All students are to return to their dormitories immediately. Prefects, ensure everyone, Professor. Harry stepped forward, and something in his voice made her pause. I need to contact my allies. If Bellatrix escapes, the Ministry is handling the situation, Lord Potterblack. The Ministry doesn't know what's really at stake. Harry met her eyes steadily. There's a piece of Voldemort's soul inside Bellatrix. If she gets free, if that fragment finds a way to restore him, McGonagall's face went even grimmer. Are you certain? My great-grandfather confirmed it years ago. The Ministry knows, but they've been hoping to contain the problem rather than solve it. Harry's jaw tightened. Containment just failed. A thunderclap echoed through the ceiling's display. One of Azkaban's towers collapsed, stone crumbling into the sea. The wards around the prison flickered, destabilized. And in the chaos, something dark emerged from the fortress's depths. It wasn't Bellatrix, not exactly. The figure that rose from Azkaban's ruins was wrapped in shadows that moved with malevolent purpose, features barely visible beneath a shroud of living darkness. But Harry would have recognized that presence anywhere. He'd fought it before. He'd nearly died stopping it. No, he breathed. That's impossible. The shadow-wrapped figure turned, somehow aware of the magical observation despite the hundreds of miles between Azkaban and Hogwarts. It smiled, Harry could feel the smile, could feel the cold malice behind it, and spoke a single word. The enchanted ceiling went dark. The next hours were chaos. Reports flooded in from the Ministry, each one worse than the last. Azkaban had fallen. The Dementors had abandoned their posts, disappearing into the night. Hundreds of prisoners had escaped, scattering across Britain like seeds of destruction. And Bellatrix Lestrange was nowhere to be found. Harry sat in Dumbledore's office, surrounded by the portraits of former headmasters and the silver instruments that cluttered every surface. The old wizard himself stood at the window, his expression troubled, his characteristic twinkle notably absent. You saw her, Dumbledore said quietly. Through the ceiling's display. I saw something wearing her. Harry's voice was flat. The soul fragment has grown stronger. It's not just sustaining her anymore, it's transforming her. Into what? I don't know. But whatever it is, it's more Voldemort than Bellatrix. Harry met the headmaster's eyes. You knew about the Horcruxes. The soul fragments. You've known for years. Dumbledore didn't deny it. I suspected. Confirmed my suspicions over time. Tom Riddle was always fascinated by immortality, the Horcruxes were his solution. Split his soul, anchor the pieces to objects, and even death couldn't claim him completely. How many? 7, I believe. The diary you destroyed in your first year. The ring I found last summer. And at least 5 others, hidden somewhere in the world. Harry absorbed that. 7 fragments of Voldemort's soul, scattered across Britain and beyond. Each one a potential path to resurrection. Bellatrix isn't just carrying a Horcrux, he said slowly. She is one. Or she's becoming one. The fragment is merging with her, using her body as a vessel. That is my fear as well. Dumbledore's voice was heavy. If the process completes, if Voldemort's soul fully integrates with Bellatrix's form, he'll be back. Not just a spirit, not just a fragment, but the real thing. Harry stood, unable to sit still any longer. We have to stop her. Before the transformation finishes. And how do you propose we do that? I don't know yet. But the answer isn't in this office. Harry headed for the door. I need to talk to Arcturus. And I need to find the other Horcruxes before Bellatrix's allies do. Harry. Dumbledore's voice stopped him at the threshold. Be careful. Voldemort, even in his diminished state, is more dangerous than you can imagine. And he has always had a particular interest in you. I know. Harry looked back, his expression unreadable. That's why I'm the one who has to face him. He left before Dumbledore could argue. Arcturus was waiting for him at Grimmauld Place. The old lord had recovered most of his strength over the past 2 years, though he still walked with a cane and tired more easily than before. He stood in the study, surrounded by books and papers, a map of Britain spread across the desk. You felt it, Arcturus said without preamble. When she emerged. The family magic screamed. Harry crossed to the desk, studying the map. What do you know? More than I'd like. Arcturus tapped the map with his cane, and symbols appeared, red marks scattered across the British Isles. These are reported sightings in the past 6 hours. Escaped prisoners, Dementor attacks, incidents of dark magic. The pattern is deliberate. They're spreading chaos. Covering her tracks. More than that. They're creating fear. Fear feeds the darkness Bellatrix commands. Arcturus's silver eyes were grim. Whatever she's become, it's growing stronger every hour. By tomorrow, she'll be unstoppable. Then we don't have until tomorrow. Harry studied the pattern of attacks, looking for meaning. Where would she go? If she's trying to complete the transformation, she needs something, a ritual site, a source of power, something to anchor the process. The Covenant's old strongholds were destroyed after Little Hangleton. But there are other places. Sites where dark magic has been practiced for centuries. Arcturus traced a line across the map. Here. The cave where Tom Riddle hid his first Horcrux. The ambient magic there would be perfect for what she needs. Then that's where we go. We. Arcturus shook his head. You need allies for this, Harry. Real allies, not a crippled old man who can barely lift his wand. You're the most powerful wizard I know. I was the most powerful wizard you knew. Before Rosier's trap. Arcturus's voice was bitter. I'm a shadow of what I was. You need people who can actually fight. Harry was quiet for a moment. Then he nodded. I'll gather them. But I'm not leaving you behind. You know things about Voldemort, about the old magic, that no one else does. I need that knowledge. You have it. Everything I've learned, everything I've discovered over the past century. Arcturus moved to a cabinet, withdrawing a small crystal that pulsed with inner light. Memories. Researched, copied. All of it, stored in this pensive crystal. If I fall, you're not going to fall. If I fall, Arcturus repeated firmly, you'll have everything I know. Use it wisely. Harry took the crystal, feeling its weight, its warmth. I will. Good. Arcturus straightened, some of his old authority returning. Now. Let's discuss who's going to help you stop the apocalypse. The War Council convened at midnight. They gathered in the Black family's ancestral war room, a space Harry hadn't known existed until Arcturus showed him, hidden behind wards that had kept it sealed for generations. The room was circular, dominated by a massive table carved from a single piece of black marble, its surface etched with maps and symbols that shifted in response to thought. Around the table stood Harry's allies. Andromeda and Sirius, representing the Black family's reformed faction. Augusta Longbottom, grim-faced and determined, speaking for the Wisengamot's light-aligned members. Amelia Bones, who had arrived unexpectedly with news that she'd mobilized the Auror forces loyal to her. And Alastair Moody, retired but not inactive, his magical eye spinning constantly as he assessed threats that weren't there yet. Most surprisingly, Narcissa Malfoy stood in the corner, her face pale but composed. You're wondering why I'm here, she said when Harry's gaze found her. My husband has thrown in his lot with Bellatrix. Draco is being held hostage to ensure his compliance. Her voice cracked slightly. I have nothing left to lose. And everything to gain by helping you stop her. Where's Draco? With Lucius. At the cave, presumably, they left this morning, before I could intervene. Narcissa's composure cracked further. Please. Whatever else you do, save my son. Harry studied her for a moment, remembering their conversations over the past years, the intelligence she provided, the gradual thaw in their relationship as she proved her commitment to Draco's safety over her own ambitions. I'll try, he said. No promises. But I'll try. Narcissa nodded, some of the tension leaving her shoulders. Right then, Moody growled. Enough sentiment. Let's talk strategy. They spent the next 2 hours planning the assault. The cave where Voldemort had hidden his Horcrux was located on a remote stretch of coastline, protected by wards that would make direct approach suicidal. They needed to strike fast, strike hard, and, most importantly, prevent Bellatrix from completing whatever ritual she was attempting. The main force attacks the outer defenses, Moody said, moving pieces across the marble table's shifting map. Draw their attention, keep them occupied. Meanwhile, a smaller team infiltrates from beneath. There are sea caves that connect to the main chamber. Risky, but possible. Who leads the infiltration? Amelia asked. Every eye turned to Harry. It has to be me, he said. The family magic gives me advantages against Bellatrix, we discovered that 2 years ago. And if we're dealing with Voldemort's soul? He met their gazes, one by one. I'm the boy who lived. If anyone can face him, it's me. You're 13 years old, Andromeda protested. Harry, this is what I've been preparing for since I was 8. Harry's voice was quiet but firm. Everything I've learned, everything I've become, it's all been leading to this. I'm not asking permission. I'm telling you what's going to happen. Silence. The assembled adults exchanged glances, their expressions complicated. Then Sirius stepped forward. If you're going, I'm going with you. Sirius, don't argue. I spent 8 years in Azkaban for crimes I didn't commit. I'm not spending the rest of my life wondering if I could have saved my godson. Sirius's face was hard, determined. James would have followed you into hell. So will I. Harry felt something warm spread through his chest. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. Thank me when we survive. One by one, others stepped forward. Augusta, despite her age. Moody, despite his retirement. Even Narcissa, her wand drawn, her expression fierce with maternal desperation. Well then, Arcturus said from his position by the wall, his silver eyes gleaming. It seems you have your army, Lord Potterblack. Use it well. Harry looked around at the people who had chosen to stand with him, friends and allies, family by blood and by choice. People who believed in him, who trusted him, who were willing to risk everything for the chance to stop the darkness. Let's go save the world, he said. The cave was worse than Harry had imagined. He led the infiltration team through the sea caves, the salt water freezing around his ankles, the darkness pressing close despite their wand light. The walls were slick with something that wasn't seaweed, and sounds echoed strangely, whispers, maybe, or the distant memory of screams. Sirius moved at his side, his wand steady, his face grim. Behind them came Narcissa, Augusta, and 3 Aurors that Amelia had assigned to the mission. A small force against an army of darkness. But sometimes small was better. The main chamber is ahead, Narcissa whispered. There's a barrier, Lucius mentioned it. Blood magic, keyed to the Dark Lord's servants. Can you get us through? Narcissa's face twisted. I took the mark, years ago. It faded after Voldemort's fall, but the connection remains. I can open the barrier. Harry nodded, pushing down the complicated feelings that information raised. Whatever Narcissa had been, whatever she'd done, she was fighting for the right side now. That had to count for something. They reached the barrier, a wall of shadowy energy that blocked the tunnel ahead. Harry could feel the malevolence radiating from it, the echoes of terrible rituals performed in service of a terrible master. Narcissa stepped forward, her sleeve pulled back to reveal the faded outline of the dark mark. She pressed her forearm against the barrier, speaking words in a language Harry didn't recognize. The barrier wavered. Resisted. Then, reluctantly, parted. "Go," Narcissa gasped. "I'll hold it open as long as I can." They went. The main chamber was vast, a cathedral of stone carved from the living rock, its ceiling lost in darkness, its floor covered in symbols that glowed with sickly green light. At the center stood an altar of black marble, and upon it lay a figure that was no longer entirely human. Bellatrix. But not Bellatrix. Not anymore. The transformation was nearly complete. Shadows wrapped around her form like a second skin, pulsing with power that made Harry's teeth ache. Her eyes, when they opened, were red, not the dark eyes of Bellatrix Lestrange, but the burning crimson of Lord Voldemort. Harry Potter. The voice that emerged was wrong, layered, echoing, as if two people were speaking at once. "You came. I knew you would. I came to stop you. You came to die." The Bellatrix thing rose from the altar, shadows swirling around it. But not quickly. "Oh no. First, you'll watch. Watch as everything you've built is destroyed. Watch as everyone you love is taken from you. And then, when you've lost all hope, then I'll let you die." Harry raised his wand, the family magic surging in response. "That's not going to happen. Isn't it? Look around you, boy. You're surrounded by my servants." Figures emerged from the darkness, Death Eaters, Covenant remnants, creatures that defied description. Harry saw Lucius Malfoy among them, his face pale, his wand trembling. And beside Lucius, bound and gagged, was Draco. "Your friends are fighting a losing battle above. Your allies are scattered and weak. And you're just a child." The Bellatrix thing smiled, and it was the most terrible thing Harry had ever seen. A powerful child, perhaps. But a child nonetheless. "You're wrong." Harry's voice was steady despite the fear clawing at his chest. "I'm not just a child. I'm Lord Potterblack. I'm the heir of two ancient houses. And I'm the one who's going to destroy you." "With what?" "Your pathetic family magic. Your handful of allies." The shadows around Bellatrix deepened, expanded. "I am the Dark Lord reborn. I have power you cannot imagine. Maybe." Harry reached inside himself, finding the core of his magic, the twin wells of power that had been growing since he first claimed the lordships. "But I have something you don't." "And what is that?" Harry smiled. "People who love me." He unleashed everything. The battle for the cave would be remembered for generations. Harry's opening assault tore through Bellatrix's shadow defenses, silver-black light meeting crimson darkness in an explosion that shook the foundations of the earth. The Death Eaters scattered, some turning to flee, others raising their wands against the infiltration team. Sirius fought like a man possessed, his curses precise and devastating, years of Azkaban's torment fueling his desperate fury. Augusta Longbottom proved that age meant nothing when righteous anger was involved, her wand a blur as she dueled 3 opponents simultaneously. Even Narcissa joined the fray, her magic turned against the servants who had once been her allies. But the true battle was between Harry and Bellatrix. They clashed at the center of the chamber, power against power, will against will. Harry poured everything he had into the assault, not just his own magic, but the accumulated strength of generations of Potters and Blacks, the family power that had been building since he first put on the rings. It wasn't enough. Bellatrix, Voldemort, whatever the thing before him was, had access to dark magic that Harry couldn't match. Soul magic, death magic, forces that violated every natural law. Each time Harry landed a blow, the shadows regenerated. Each time he broke through a defense, another rose in its place. You cannot win, the Bellatrix thing hissed. You are fighting the inevitable. Death comes for all, Harry Potter. Even for you. Harry fell back, gasping, his magic depleted. Around him, the battle was turning, the Death Eaters rallying, his allies being pushed back. He could see Sirius bleeding from a dozen wounds, Augusta on her knees, the Aurors falling one by one. They were losing. No, he thought fiercely. Not like this. Not after everything. He reached deeper, past the family magic, past his own reserves, into something he'd never touched before. The core of his connection to the House of Black. The place where the ancient spirits dwelt, watching and waiting. Help me, he called into the darkness. Please. I can't do this alone. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then the spirits answered. Power flooded through Harry, not his own, not the family magic he'd learned to wield, but something older. Wilder. The accumulated will of every Black who had ever lived, channeled through their chosen heir. He rose to his feet, silver light blazing from his eyes, and spoke with a voice that echoed with 1,000 others. You dare to challenge the House of Black. The Bellatrix thing recoiled, genuine fear flickering across its features. We who were ancient when your precious Dark Lord was not yet born. We who have stood against darkness since before the first wizard drew breath. Harry raised his hand, and the shadows around Bellatrix began to burn. We reject you. We cast you out. And we reclaim what was taken from us. The silver fire spread, consuming the darkness that had wrapped around Bellatrix's form. She screamed, both voices screaming, Bellatrix and Voldemort together, as the power of the House of Black tore through them. For a moment, Harry saw them separated, Bellatrix's tortured soul, twisted by decades of madness and dark magic, and Voldemort's fragment, a writhing mass of malevolence that clung desperately to its host. He didn't hesitate. With the full power of his heritage behind him, Harry reached out and pulled. The soul fragment tore free. Voldemort's scream echoed through the chamber as his fragment was ripped from Bellatrix's body. It tried to flee, tried to find another host, but Harry's magic held it fast. This ends now. He crushed it. The explosion of dark energy knocked everyone in the chamber off their feet. Harry felt the feedback tear through him, felt the cost of channeling power that no mortal was meant to wield. But he held on, until the soul fragment was gone. Destroyed. One more Horcrux eliminated. Harry collapsed. He woke in the hospital wing at Hogwarts. Afternoon light streamed through the windows, painting golden patterns on the white sheets. Every muscle in his body ached. His magic felt hollow, depleted, like a well that had been drained dry. But he was alive. Welcome back. Andromeda's voice, rough with exhaustion and relief. She sat beside his bed, her face lined with worry that was only beginning to fade. You've been unconscious for 3 days. 3 days. Harry tried to sit up, winced, abandoned the attempt. What happened? The battle, Bellatrix is alive. Barely. Whatever you did to her stripped away the Dark Lord's corruption, but it nearly killed her in the process. Andromeda's expression was complicated. She's in Ministry custody, under constant guard. The healers say she might recover eventually, but she'll never be what she was. Is that good or bad? I honestly don't know. Andromeda reached out, taking his hand. The Death Eaters scattered when you destroyed the soul fragment. Lucius Malfoy is in custody, he surrendered rather than face what you'd become. Draco is safe, being cared for at Longbottom Manor until we figure out what to do with him. Harry closed his eyes, letting relief wash over him. And everyone else? Sirius? Augusta? Wounded, but alive. All of them. Andromeda squeezed his hand. You saved them, Harry. Saved all of us. I had help. The family spirits, I know. Arcturus explained what you did. Andromeda's voice wavered. Harry, you nearly died. The power you channeled, it should have burned you out completely. The fact that you survived is a miracle. Or stubbornness. Probably both. She laughed weakly. Definitely both. They sat in comfortable silence for a while. Harry drifted, exhausted but at peace, feeling the slow return of his magic as his body recovered. There's something else, Andromeda said eventually. Something you should know. What? Dumbledore has been destroyed. He found the cup Horcrux while you were unconscious, but the defenses were stronger than expected. Andromeda's voice was heavy. He's gone, Harry. But he took the Horcrux with him. Harry processed that. Dumbledore, the manipulative old wizard who had left him with the Dursleys, who had tried to control his destiny, who had also taught him and protected him in his own flawed way. How many are left? 2. The snake and something connected to Ravenclaw, according to Arcturus's research. Andromeda met his eyes. But that's a problem for later. Right now, you need to rest. I've been resting for 3 days. Then rest for 3 more. Her voice was firm. The world can survive without you for a little while, Harry Potter. Let yourself heal. Harry wanted to argue. But his eyes were already closing, exhaustion dragging him back towards sleep. Fine, he murmured. But we're not done. Voldemort is still out there. The other Horcruxes, later. Andromeda smoothed his hair back from his forehead, her touch gentle. Sleep now. We'll face the darkness together when you wake. Harry slept. The final weeks of term passed in a blur of recovery and restructuring. With Dumbledore gone, Hogwarts needed new leadership. McGonagall stepped into the role of headmistress, her stern competence providing stability in uncertain times. The Board of Governors met in emergency session, confirming her appointment and beginning the long process of adjusting to a post-Dumbledore world. Harry returned to classes as soon as the healers cleared him, determined to maintain some semblance of normal life. His friends rallied around him, Ron and Hermione and Neville, along with others who had proven themselves over the past 2 years. The whispers followed him everywhere, but they had a different character now. Not just curiosity or fear, but something like awe. He hated it. They're calling you the Shadow Lord, Hermione reported during one of their study sessions. Some ridiculous article in the Prophet about how you commanded ancient spirits to destroy the Dark Lord's soul. That's not even accurate. Since when has the Prophet cared about accuracy? Ron snorted. At least they're on your side this time. Remember second year, when they were convinced you were the heir of Slytherin? I'd rather forget that particular adventure. No chance. I'm going to tell that story at your wedding someday. Harry threw a pillow at him. The train ride home was quieter than usual. Harry sat with his friends as the English countryside rolled past, but his mind was elsewhere. On the battles still to come. On the Horcruxes that remained. On the future that had never been certain but now felt even more precarious. Hey. Hermione's voice, gentle with understanding. Where'd you go? Just thinking. About what? Everything. Nothing. Harry watched a village disappear behind them. It's not over. Voldemort is still out there, still trying to come back. The covenant might be broken, but the darkness they served isn't. And you're 13 years old, Hermione finished. And you've already saved the world twice. Maybe 3 times, depending on how you count. That's the problem. I shouldn't have to keep saving it. Someone else should, but there isn't anyone else. Hermione's voice was matter of fact. That's not fair, and it's not right, but it's true. You're the one with the power to stop them. The one with the connections, the allies, the will to fight. She paused. And you're the one with friends who'll stand beside you, no matter what. Harry looked at her. Then at Ron, who nodded firmly. At Neville, who smiled with quiet determination. At Dora, who had joined them for the ride despite having graduated years ago, her hair cycling through rainbow colors in solidarity. "We're with you," Ron said. "Whatever comes next. We've got your back." "Always," Neville added. Harry felt something loosen in his chest. The weight he'd been carrying didn't disappear, but it became lighter. Easier to bear. "Thank you," he said quietly. "All of you. Don't get sappy." Dora punched his shoulder. "We've got appearances to maintain. Wouldn't dream of it." The train carried them toward London, toward summer, toward whatever challenges awaited. Harry watched the world roll past and thought about the future. The darkness wasn't finished. Voldemort's remaining Horcruxes were still out there, waiting to be found. The forces of evil wouldn't simply give up because they'd suffered setbacks. But neither would Harry. He had family now, real family, chosen and found and built from the wreckage of his past. He had allies who believed in him, friends who loved him, a world worth fighting for. And he was Lord Potterblack, heir to 2 ancient houses, wielder of power that even the darkness feared. Whatever came next, he would face it. Together. Platform 9 3/4 was crowded with families reuniting, parents embracing children they hadn't seen in months. Harry stepped off the train to find a welcoming committee waiting. Andromeda and Ted, their faces bright with relief. Sirius, still bearing scars from the cave but standing tall. Arcturus, leaning on his cane but present, alive, defying death through sheer stubbornness. And among them, unexpectedly, were others. Augusta Longbottom, her vulture hat slightly askew, her hand on Neville's shoulder. Narcissa Malfoy, looking uncertain but determined, Draco hovering at her side with an expression Harry recognized, the look of someone trying to figure out where he belonged. They were all watching him. Waiting. Harry walked toward them, his friends at his back, the summer sun warm on his face. "Well," Sirius said, his voice gruff with emotion. "You made it. Was there ever any doubt?" "Quite a lot of doubt, actually. But you've always been good at defying expectations." Harry smiled. Then he looked at the assembled group, his family, his allies, the people who had stood with him against impossible odds. "Thank you," he said. "For everything. For believing in me when I didn't believe in myself. For fighting beside me. For being my family." "That's what families do," Andromeda said softly. "I know that now." Harry looked at Draco, who met his gaze with a complicated expression. "And family isn't just about blood. It's about choice. About standing together." Draco was silent for a moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. "I'm not my father," he said quietly. "I don't want to be." "Then don't be." Harry extended his hand, the same gesture he'd made at the gathering, years ago. "Choose something different." This time, Draco took his hand without hesitation. Something shifted in the air, a sense of potential, of futures unfolding. Harry felt it in his magic, in the family bonds that connected him to everyone present. This wasn't an ending. It was a beginning. The darkness was still out there. More battles would come. But they would face them together. The House of Black had found its dawn. That evening, Harry stood at the window of his room in Andromeda's cottage, his room, the first real room he'd ever had, in the first real home he'd ever known. The sun was setting over Devon, painting the sky in shades of gold and crimson. Somewhere in the house, Dora was arguing with Ted about dinner. Sirius's laughter echoed from the garden, where he was teaching Draco to fly properly. Andromeda hummed softly in the kitchen, a sound of contentment and peace. Harry watched the light fade and thought about everything that had brought him here. The cupboard under the stairs. The night at Gringotts when he'd claimed his heritage. The battles and betrayals, the friendships and losses, the moments of despair and triumph. 8 years old when it started. 13 now. He had a long way still to go. Horcruxes to find. Enemies to face. A world to protect. But for this moment, just this one moment, he let himself feel something like peace. His pocket warmed. The Lordship rings, responding to his emotions. Gold and silver, Potter and black, fire and shadow. Harry smiled. The boy who lived was gone. The black heir had emerged. And whatever came next, Harry Potter would be ready. Epilogue. The article appeared in the Daily Prophet 3 years later. Lord Potterblack defeats Dark Lord, final Horcrux destroyed in a dramatic confrontation at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Lord Harry Potterblack, 16, faced and defeated the shade of He Who Must Not Be Named. The Dark Lord, who had been attempting to return to power through a series of dark artifacts, was permanently destroyed when Lord Potterblack eliminated the final fragment of his corrupted soul. Harry is a hero, said Hermione Granger, close friend and academic rival of Lord Potterblack. But more importantly, he's a good person. Everything he's done has been to protect others. The defeat of the Dark Lord marks the end of a conflict that has haunted the wizarding world for decades. Lord Potterblack, reached for comment, had only this to say: it's over. Time to start living. When asked about his plans for the future, the young lord smiled. Family, he said. That's what matters. That's what's always mattered. In a modest cottage in Devon, surrounded by people who loved him, Harry Potter set down the newspaper and picked up a cup of tea. The sun was shining. The world was at peace. And the House of Black had finally, truly, come home. Chapter 6. End. The END. Author's note: thank you for reading The Black Heir. This story explored what might have happened if Harry had claimed his heritage earlier, and how that choice would have rippled through his life and the magical world. The themes of found family, the choice between darkness and light, and the power of standing together remain central to Harry's journey, no matter when or how it begins. Harry's story continues, in the friendships he's built, the family he's found, and the future he's finally free to create.